Chapter 32 Prescription. Yang Gobeo's epilepsy originated from his mother's womb. Over the years, they had consulted countless hospitals and even tried folk remedies, but to no avail. If anything, Yang Gobeo's condition only worsened. The frequency of his seizures also increased substantially. Even foreign medical experts stated that such a disease could only be managed, not cured. Hearing someone claim that they could cure her son's epilepsy, Wang Meifeng was of course elated. Seeing her daughter's excitement, the old lady gently advised, "Meifeng, don't get your hopes up too high. That young girl is only 17. The greater the hope, the greater the potential disappointment." At her words, some of the hope in Wang Meifeng's eyes dimmed. She responded, "Mom, no matter what, I want to give it a try." The old lady sighed helplessly. "All right, let's go take a look." Wang Meifeng nodded and glanced at Yang Guobao, who was chasing after a rooster, a pang of sadness filling her eyes. Due to his physical condition, there were no children willing to play with Yang Guobao since he was young. As a mother, she wished so dearly for her son to enjoy a normal, happy childhood like other children. When Wang Meifeng and her group arrived at the Ni family's home, Ni Yang was serving food in the kitchen, while Ni Tsuehua was feeding her daughter in the room. Ni Chinggui was sitting at the table, waiting for the meal to start. The table was set with 3 dishes and a soup, hot steam rising and filling the air with appetizing smells. "Is Chinggui at home?" the old lady called out as she entered the house. At the sound of her voice, Ni Chinggui quickly stood up, looking out to see his guests. Recognizing them, a smile filled his face as he hurried forward to greet them. "Aunt Meifeng, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? We were just about to start dinner, please come in and join us." Ni Chinggui had heard a bit about Wang Meifeng's situation. He didn't know the specifics, but he knew the Yang family had some influence in Beijing. Therefore, Ni Chinggui had always been very courteous to the Wang family. The old lady chuckled, "Chinggui, no need for formalities. We've already eaten. By the way, is that girl called Yang Yang staying here with you?" "Yes, that's right." Ni Chinggui nodded. As he spotted Wang Meifeng holding Yang Gobeo's hand, his face looked slightly uneasy. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Did something happen? Did Yang Yang cause you any trouble?" Seeing Ni Chenggui's misunderstanding, Wang Meifeng quickly clarified, "No, not at all, sister-in-law. I'm here specifically to thank her." After that, she briefly explained the situation. Ni Chinggui let out a sigh of relief, laughing, one knew it. Yang Yang's a clever and capable girl, she wouldn't cause any trouble. "She's inside, come in." Finishing his sentence, Ni Chinggui leaned in and asked in a lower voice, "Really though, is Yang Yang that amazing?" Having lived with Ni Yang for so long, Ni Chinggui knew that she was no ordinary girl. However, he was clueless that she could also treat illnesses. "Yes, she is." Wang Meifeng nodded, holding Yang Gobeo's hand as she followed Ni Chinggui into the house. As they entered, Ni Yang was just bringing out 3 bowls of rice. Upon spotting Ni Yang, Yang Guobao immediately ran over, smiling, "Sister." "Guobao." Ni Yang calmly put the bowls on the table, then squatted down to pat Yang Gobeo's cute little head, smiling gently. "Did you have dinner yet?" "Yes." Yang Guobao nodded, pointing at Wang Meifeng and introducing, "Sister, this is my mom." Wang Meifeng approached Ni Yang, smiling gently, "Young comrade, hello. 1 a.m. Gobeo's mother. Thank you for what you did this afternoon." Her words fell, then she respectfully bowed deeply. Ni Yang quickly reached out to support Wang Meifeng, "Auntie, you're being too kind. It's the duty of a doctor to save lives and heal the wounded. As long as Guobao is okay, that's all that matters." At her words, Wang Meifeng looked into Ni Yang's eyes with added admiration and surprise. What was surprising was that Ni Yang, despite her young age, had a character that was as clear as jade, calm and composed. She was beautiful as well, her eyes and eyebrows had the quality of fine artwork, and her every smile and frown was like a scenic view, even surpassing the female teachers at school in terms of demeanor. What she admired was that Ni Yang did not act arrogantly simply because she saved someone's life. She was very indifferent as if she wasn't the one who saved the life. Wang Meifeng, who has seen countless people, could tell that Ni Yang wasn't putting on an act. No matter what, we must thank you properly. Wang Meifeng motioned to Yang Guobao, hurry and thank your sister. Most people would avoid Yang Guobao as soon as they saw him convulsing, fearing that they could get involved. But Ni Yang was the only one who not only did not avoid him, but also saved him. Thank you, sister, Yang Guobao bowed slightly. Ni Yang's eyes curved, and she reached out to touch Yang Guobao's head. Guobao, wait here for a moment. One need to talk to Auntie outside, okay? Okay, Yang Guobao obediently nodded. Auntie, Ni Yang looked up at Wang Meifeng. Wang Meifeng immediately understood and followed Ni Yang's footsteps. Outside, the sky had darkened, with frog calls and insect choruses filling the air, the stars scattered across the sky, and the fragrance of anemone flowers carried in with the breeze, creating a serene ambience. A few elderly people sit under the camphor tree, holding palm leaf fans and chatting while enjoying the cool breeze. The young children sat on small stools, listening attentively to the old people's tales of the past. This scene does not exist in the future world, where towering skyscrapers separate people from each other. Even neighbors who live next door might not speak to each other despite living in such close proximity for more than a decade. They might even be strangers. The saying, better a close neighbor than a distant cousin, is also gradually becoming obsolete. Ni Yang brushed her frontal hair away and looked at Wang Meifeng standing opposite her. Auntie, since you came here, it means that you believe in me. As she spoke, Ni Yang handed the piece of white paper in her hand to Wang Meifeng before continuing. This is the anti-epilepsy prescription handed down by my ancestors. Follow the instructions on this prescription. Simmer the herbs on low heat for 3 hours, reduce the mixture from 3 bowls to 1 bowl, and take this consecutively for 3 months. Gobao's epilepsy will be cured. From the viewpoint of traditional medicine, there is no possibility to completely cure epilepsy. But Ni Yang was different. After all, she was back from the 21st century. In her previous life, she may have been a businesswoman, but she had also devoted half her life to studying medicine. Epilepsy was not a difficult and complicated disease in her eyes. It could be cured. Wang Meifeng took the prescription with both hands, gratefully saying, young comrade, thank you, thank you. At this moment, Wang Meifeng was so moved that she didn't know what else to say. Although she did not know if this prescription would be effective for her son's illness. But at least, Ni Yang had given her a glimmer of hope. As long as there was even a slightest chance, she would not give up. All the doctors could only shake their heads helplessly when faced with Yang Gobao's illness. Only Ni Yang claimed that it could be cured. Don't thank me yet, Ni Yang smiled slightly before continuing. Wait until Guobao is cured, then it won't be too late to bring him to thank me. But you must accept this money. Wang Meifeng stuffed the prepared money into Ni Yang's hand. She was in a hurry and hadn't brought any gifts. Moreover, in this era, there was nothing more practical than giving money as a Chapter 33 Long-Term Development. Wang Meifeng handed over the money, which Ni Yang couldn't refuse, so she accepted it. Aunt, then I want stand on ceremony with you. There's no need for ceremony, young comrade. This money is what you deserve, Wang Meifeng said with a smile. For her, her son's life was more important than anything else. What's the significance of this money? Wang Meifeng was really fond of Ni Yang. This young lady was delicate in her thinking, even considering to avoid discussing these matters in front of the child. Ni Yang faintly smiled. Aunt, since you said not to stand on ceremony, you can just call me Yang Yang. All right, Yang Yang, Wang Meifeng cheerfully agreed. When she returned to the room, Ni Tsuehua had already come out of her room and was chatting with the old lady and Ni Chingue. Yang Guobao sat quietly at one side, as demure as a young girl. Ni Yang took the initiative to introduce, Mom, this is Aunt Yang, Gobao's mom. Ni Tsuehua looked somewhat discombobulated at Wang Meifeng. Hello. You, Wang Meifeng was well educated and her husband's family was also very affluent, hence she was dressed neatly and was elegant. She was obviously not an ordinary person. Born and raised in a rural area, Enai Tsuehua felt somewhat inferior when seeing Wang Meifeng. Wang Meifeng grasped Enai Kuihua's hand warmly. "Sister, you are really blessed to have such an outstanding daughter." Enai Tsuehua relaxed a bit, and laughed. "My Yang has been sensible since she was a child." After a while of chatting, Wang Meifeng and the others left the NIS house. Enai Chingue stared at Enai Yang with disbelief. Yang, I never thought you would have such skills, even medicine." Enai Tsuehua blinked in confusion, but didn't speak up. She remembered that her daughter didn't know medicine, and the Mu family wasn't a family of doctors. Enai Yang laughed and said, "Aunt Chingue, it's not as exaggerated as you think. It's just a minor skill. Let's eat soon. The stewed carp with kelp and pork tendon will lose its effects once it gets cold." Effects? Enai Chengui's attention was immediately drawn to this. What effects does this soup have? There is kelp and pork's feet and carp in it. Can we really eat it? This is my first time seeing such method of stewing soup. People in this era didn't have many demands for food like in later generations, they fancy variety. There was basically only one requirement. That there is rice in the pot and meat in the bowl. Enai Yang served Enai Chingue a bowl of soup. It has a beautifying and nourishing effect, and it tastes great too, try it. After saying this, she served Enai Tsuehua a bowl of soup and finally one for herself. All women loved beauty. Upon hearing that the soup had beauty and wellness benefits, Enai Chingue immediately took a big gulp, then expressed with sincerity, Yang, your cooking skills are amazing. This soup tastes so good." The soup was stewed until it was thick and the color turned into a rich milky white. It combined the freshness of the fish and the gelatinous texture of the pig's feet, and the kelp subtly balanced out the greasiness from these two ingredients. The soup tasted amazingly delicious and was hard to resist. Enai Chingue never knew that apart from sour fish, there were other delicious foods in the world. Try this as well. Enai Yang used the serving chopsticks to serve Enai Chingue some fried shrimp with green peas. "Mom, you should eat more of this dish." All 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, including the main course leek porridge, were meticulously researched and created by Enai Yang, which greatly beneficial to the human body. In addition to being delicious, these dishes also had beauty and wellness benefits. The culture of traditional Chinese medicine is profound. Beauty comes from a substantial diet. In this life, Enai Yang was not going to shortchange herself. Neither externally nor internally. After eating and prepping the pickled cabbage fish soup and the noodles for the next day, Enai Yang went to bed. She slept soundly, deeply, and peacefully that night. Since leaving the big village, everything has been moving in a positive direction. At 3:30 in the morning the next day, Enai Yang got up. At this time, it was still dark out. The stars were brilliant in the sky. After Enai Yang had prepared everything and cooked breakfast, she set off on her bicycle. Although it was early, there were already farmers in the fields reaping the harvest. In June, it was still hot, everyone was trying to get more work done before the sun came out. At noon, when the sun was at its hottest, they could take a little nap. When she arrived at Food Street, it was just after 5 o'clock. At this time, several people were already waiting at the spot where Enai Yang had set up her stall yesterday. They had all come specifically to eat her pickled fish noodles. The noodles were not only cheap, but they were also incredibly satisfying. The tart and refreshing taste was irresistible. "Young comrade, you're finally here, we've been waiting for a long time," said a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Enai Yang raised her eyes with a grin. "Uncle, I normally arrive around 5:30. You don't have to come so early." In the meantime, Enai Yang quickly set up the stove, fetched tables and chairs from the nearby hardware store, arranged them swiftly, and then invited the customers to sit down. In no time, all 5 tables were filled, and there were still many people standing. Despite being a young girl, Enai Yang was quick and efficient. It wasn't long before she had cooked the first batch of noodles. Creamy noodles were scooped into bowls, smothered with spicy and sour pickled cabbage fish soup, sprinkled with spring onions, cilantro and garlic, alongside a touch of secret chili paste. The taste was beyond compare. Even before the noodles were served, several diners had started to salivate. Young quickly served the noodles to each of the customers. "Here are your noodles, be careful, they're hot." The air was filled with the sounds of slurping noodles and satisfied sighs. "They're absolutely delicious." In no time, a long queue had formed nearby. Based on yesterday's experience, Young had prepared extra soup today, enough for over 300 servings. Unexpectedly, even after selling nearly 300 bowls, there were still many people waiting in line. Young could only say, "I'm sorry, I only have about 20 bowls of noodle soup left. There's no need for everyone to keep queuing. For those who missed out, don't worry, come here and take a coupon. Tomorrow you can use it to get 3 pennies off per bowl." At her words, the previously disgruntled customers perked up, crowding around Young and asking for coupons. The coupons were something Young had hastily put together last night. They weren't particularly fancy, but neither were they crude. This was also a way to promote her business. In her previous life, Young was a famous entrepreneur. She knew the unwritten rules of business, and she suspected that within half a month, others would certainly attempt to replicate her pickled fish noodles. Whether or not they taste good is one thing, winning the hearts of the people is what really matters. After selling the 300 bowls of noodles, Young had made 106.8 yuan. The noodles had cost her 6 yuan, the fish 2 yuan, and the pickled vegetables were worth even less. In other words, she had made nearly 100 yuan in profit that morning. For the ordinary person, they might be overjoyed to earn so much, but Young was no stranger to big businesses. She didn't have high expectations for the 100 yuan. Her sights were set much further. Now that the noodle business was going well, it was definitely time to consider its long-term development. Always running a street stall wasn't ideal, so Young planned to rent a storefront in a prime location at the market, apply for a permit, and become a legitimate business owner. While Young was moving the tables and chairs back into the adjacent shop, she was thinking about this issue. Yang, how was your business today? Did you sell out again?" The voice of the shop owner sounded next to her. Chapter 34. A little girl who sells noodles. Young was setting up the tables and chairs as she said, "Uncle Lee, surely you aren't a fortune teller, your predictions are so accurate." The shop owner thought Young was bluffing again, and replied, Yang, there's no need for a girl to work so hard, you know. One advise you once again, read more books." Before the shop owner finished his sentence, a scholarly-looking young man walked out from inside the store, saying, "Dad, have you seen the new pen I just bought?" Only after he finished speaking, the young man noticed Young, arranging the chairs and tables. Young was facing away from him, and all he could see was her delicate silhouette. There were many customers coming and going every day, and the young man didn't pay any special attention to Young. However, after hearing his father's words, he felt a bit curious about this girl. She didn't seem very old. Had she already dropped out of school? As his father said, what future could there be without education? "Your new pen." The shop owner frowned slightly. "Let me go and find it for you." The son was 19 years old. His name was Li Wei. He is currently in his senior year of high school. His grades are excellent. He is a leader in his class, handsome, doesn't give his parents any cause for worry. Therefore, the shop owner dotes on his son and caters to his every need. At this moment, Young had finished arranging the chairs and tables. She smiled and looked back, saying, "Uncle Lee, I've arranged the tables, they'll go back now." Her pair of clear peach blossom-like eyes collided with the young man's gaze. In that instant, ripples stirred his heart. Li Wei didn't expect that the ordinary dressed girl in front of him would in fact have such an astounding beauty. She was truly a beauty that could overturn a nation. He had never seen someone so beautiful. Beauty is admired no matter what era it exists in. As Li Wei gazed at her, he was in a stunned silence for a moment before he managed to regain his composure. By this time, Young had already ridden away on her bicycle. Dad, who was that just now? The young man walked into the house and asked. The shop owner, Li Dongliang, while busy searching for his beloved son's pen, responded casually, "Oh, she's just a little girl who sells noodles. I believe her name is Ni Yang." The little girl is young, but quite vain. Xiao Wei, we must be down to earth in life, study hard, and secure a good future. Unlike that girl, Ni Yang, who has thrown herself into society at such a young age, can't even read properly, who knows what will become of her in the future. Her family should have guided her better. It's a pity to let such a good seedling go to waste. Li Dongliang's voice was full of regret. Li Wei frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He thought that Ni Yang seemed to be a person with a story, not as despicable as his father had described. Ni Yang. Although he didn't know which characters made up her name, he instinctively imagined the character Ni from the phrase, King Mingxian Nise, and Yen from Fu Yen Niao Niao. Li Wei wanted to say more, but just then Li Dongliang found the silver hero pen in a corner. Xiao Wei, I found your pen, now go to school quickly. Li Dongliang handed the pen to Li Wei. At this time, a hero pen cost 20 yuan. With 20 yuan, you could buy almost 10 pounds of pork. Ordinary families wouldn't dare to make such a purchase, which showed how much Li Wei was favored at home. He was truly the pride of his parents. Upon receiving the pen, Li Wei suppressed his curiosity, put on his school bag, glanced at the neatly arranged tables and chairs and said, "Then I'm off to school." "Go ahead," Li Dongliang smiled with satisfaction. "They'll pick you up after your night classes." "All right, goodbye Dad," Li Wei nodded. Just as Li Wei stepped out of the shop, a woman rushed out from behind him. "Xiao Wei, wait. You forgot your milk." "Thanks, Mom," Li Wei smiled as he took the bottle of milk. This heartwarming scene was witnessed by a young girl standing not far away. A look of envy passed in her eyes, then she calmly walked towards Li Wei. "Class president, you seem to have arrived a few minutes late today." Li Wei lifted his milk bottle with a sunny smile on his face. "Bad memory, I forgot to grab my milk." This bright smile almost stunned the young girl. Not to mention that Li Wei seemed like a handsome young man who had stepped out of a movie. His academic performance was also excellent. Most importantly, his family was well off. People couldn't help but want to get close to such a man, regardless of where he went. Ni Yang rode her bike along the busy street. The breeze blew, and her dark hair danced in the air, creating a perfect arc. Li Wei was crossing the street in the opposite direction, holding his milk. In a fleeting glance, he saw the gorgeous face hidden beneath her flowing hair. He paused involuntarily, halting his steps and staring in her direction. The girl beside him noticed his behavior and curiously looked in the same direction, her voice full of confusion. "Class president, what are you looking at?" Li Wei recovered his gaze in an unhurried manner. "Nothing much, we should hurry. It is almost time for school." The girl furrowed her brows in bewilderment but did not question further, falling in step with the young man as they headed in the direction of their school. With her mind set on expanding her business, Ni Yang investigated the rental prices of the shops along her way. A decent location was roughly 150 yuan a month, while subpar ones ranged from 80 to 100 yuan. Moreover, such rental agreements either required a lump sum payment for 3 years in advance or buying the property outright. Now that she had added the money lent by Wang Meifeng last night, she only had a total of 950 yuan. If she rented a shop for 150 yuan a month, she would need to pay a lump sum of 5,400 yuan. Even if she rented in a less ideal location, it would still cost 2,880 yuan. She fell far short of these amounts. As Ni Yang, once rich in her previous life, she felt the helplessness of poverty for the first time since her rebirth. Ni Yang pushed her bike, contemplating in her mind, wondering how to make money quickly. If she wanted to earn more money, she had to sell more pickled fish noodles. Although her pickled vegetable noodles were tasty and business was good, there would soon be imitators. Their prices could even be lower than 30 yuan for a bowl. The market was ruthlessly competitive. Therefore, she had to come up with her own unique recipe that couldn't be replicated. She aimed to achieve what was once said in the future. Always copied, never surpassed. Only this way, she could have a continuous stream of customers. Ni Young came to the vegetable market with her bicycle. First, she bought several pickles, then over 60 pounds of cabbage, 10 pounds of onions, garlic and cilantro, along with some Sichuan pepper and other spices. Since she bought so much, the shop owner generously gave her some other vegetables for free. After buying the vegetables, Ni Young bought 10 fish. This time, she bought all big head carp. The 10 fish weighed over 40 pounds and only cost her 3 yuan. Since she had to buy so many things, Ni Young didn't return home until the afternoon. Ni Tsuihua was lulling the child to sleep in the house. Seeing Ni Young return, she didn't care if Ni Yun was sleeping or not and immediately handed her over. Yang, why did you only come back now? I was really worried. Usually, Ni Young would always return home around 11 o'clock. Ni Young took her younger sister from her arms, gently stroking the girl's cheek with a smile on her face. I got held up at the market. You shouldn't worry about me, I'm not a child anymore. Let me hold Yun Yun. You should go eat. After eating, go have a good sleep. I'll wake you up when it gets dark. Ni Tsuhua truly cared for her daughter. Yang always stayed up late for work and woke up so early every day. Chapter 35. Who gave you this recipe? This ordinary child, at her age, would still be naive in an ordinary family. But for Ni Young, almost all of the family's burdens have fallen on her. Every time she thought of the hardship endured by Ni Young, Ni Tsuehua was overwhelmed with shame. Was it because she had been so incompetent as a mother? Ni Young handed her little sister to Ni Tsuehua. I'll go to eat first. Ni Young came to the dining room, hurriedly ate a few bites, left her chopsticks, and went to the courtyard to unload the goods from the bicycle. After the 60 caddies of vegetables were unloaded, a large heap was formed. It was indeed a massive task to wash them. Yet, Ni Young was not afraid of the trouble. After pressing a large basin of well water, she squatted down and started washing seriously. She planned to pickle these vegetables into sauerkraut. Having been in the catering business in her previous life, pickling sauerkraut was not a difficult task for Ni Young. Moreover, she was skilled and had devised a secret recipe. The sauerkraut she pickled was not only fragrant and crisp but also appetizing, leaving a lingering aroma in the mouth. In the sour fish noodle soup, the secret sauerkraut and the secret chili were the main characters. These secret recipes could not be imitated by others. She believed that once her secret sauerkraut was out, it would become even more popular given that the noodles she made using ordinary sauerkraut from the market were already selling well. With this thought in mind, Ni Young was full of energy and did not feel tired at all. In fact, most of the sauerkraut available in the market was not washed before pickling. After all, it was to be sold. But Ni Young was different. Since she was depending on customers to make a living, she would be responsible for them. Therefore, the food processed by her was always very clean and hygienic, as if it were prepared for herself. Yang, why did you buy so many vegetables? Including you and Auntie and I, there are only 3 of us for dinner. How long do we have to eat such a large amount of vegetables? Ni Tsuhua walked over to Ni Young, full of confusion. It was summer, a large amount of piled up vegetables could easily rot. Ni Young explained with a smile, Mom, these are not for us to eat, I'm going to pickle them into sauerkraut. To pickle sauerkraut? Ni Tsuhua asked surprisingly, Yang, you know how to pickle the sauerkraut? Actually, anyone could pickle salted vegetables, but not sauerkraut. It takes a certain level of skill to make the vegetables taste pleasantly sour and delicious. Therefore, Ni Tsuehua was somewhat skeptical of Ni Young. After all, Ni Young had never pickled sauerkraut before. Ni Young replied with a smile, I've never pickled before, but I've read about it in books. It's actually not that difficult. The sauerkraut from the market is expensive, costing 1 cent for a caddy, while the fresh vegetables one bought cost 1 cent for 5 caddies. So one thought about giving it a try to save some money. Hearing this, Ni Tsuehua immediately rolled up her sleeves. You would have to spend so much time to wash all these vegetables alone. Let me help you. No need. Yang hurriedly stopped Suihua. Mom, how many times have one told you? You can help me with these after you've regained your health. Right now, you're not helping me, but adding trouble. Unable to persuade her daughter, Suihua had no choice but to give up and go back to her room. She quietly took out the 10 fish that Yang had bought, cleaned them, and began to slice them carefully. She didn't want to put all the burdens on Yang alone. Yang was washing vegetables outside and had no idea that her mother had started working secretly again. After washing the vegetables clean, Yang hung them all up on the rope. After the water on them had drained away, she neatly arranged them in the vat. For every layer of vegetables she arranged, Yang would even spread a layer of chopped ginger, garlic and pepper, and fine salt on top. Even before the pickling was done, a sour aroma was already wafting in the air, smelling incredibly good. About 2 hours later, Yang finally finished pickling the vegetables. At this moment, the aroma of rich fish bone soup came from the courtyard. Yang knew, it must be her mother who had secretly started working again. It seemed that she could only try to nourish her mother more in terms of meals. With this in mind, Yang quickly thought out a set of menus in her mind. All were made from food that was particularly good for women. To nourish qi and maintain health, beauty and complexion. On the other side, in a high-end villa area in Beijing. Upon receiving the prescription from Yang, Wang Meifeng took Yang Guobao back to her parents' home. She couldn't wait to let Yang Guobao give it a try. But when she brought up the matter to her family with the prescription in hand, her always sensible mother-in-law Zhou Suhua was the first to oppose. Meifeng, medicine always has its toxicity, especially this one with no clear origin. Guobao is still small, what if he develops a more serious problem after taking it? Wang Meifeng explained, Mom, this is not medicine of unknown origin. It's a family prescription from Yang. I believe it can cure Guobao's illness. Zhou Suhua narrowed her brows slightly. Then let me ask you, how old is Yang you mentioned this year? Does she have a medical license? The expression on Wang Meifeng's face darkened. Although Yang is young and doesn't have a medical license, she has indeed saved Guobao. Without her, Guobao might have already. The rest of her sentence was left unsaid. Zhou Suhua sighed and continued, I'm not denying that the girl called Yang may have saved Guobao, but that doesn't necessarily mean she has the ability to heal. Maybe it was a happy accident? Or she had experienced something similar in the past. Anyway, we cannot let Guobao take this unknown medicine, unless you, as his mother, wish for Guobao to end up like Cutie. Zhou Suhua is Yang Guobao's biological grandmother. She wanted Yang Guobao to be as healthy as ordinary children more than anyone else. But she couldn't let Yang Guobao take any risks. After all, Yang Guobao was the only descendant of the Yang family. The girl Hudy from the Mo family had taken the wrong medicine for a minor problem and her condition had since become critical and incurable. It was just a matter of a few months now. Hearing this, Wang Meifeng, somewhat agitated, said, Mom, I'm Guobao's biological mother. How could I harm him? What you said just now, just when a war of words was about to erupt, the father-in-law Yang Dehai, who had been silent up to this point, spoke up, Meifeng, your mother didn't mean that, don't misunderstand. She is also considering the best for Guobao. How about this, you take this prescription to Dr. Wang to have a look tomorrow. If he says the medicine is fine, you can let Guobao give it a try. Hearing this, Zhou Suhua's tone also softened a bit, your father is right. You take Guobao to see Dr. Wang tomorrow. If he says it's okay, we won't object. Given the circumstance, Wang Meifeng could only agree. Early the next morning, Wang Meifeng took Yang Guobao to Dr. Wang's house. Dr. Wang was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Beijing. With a long goat beard and a pair of reading glasses, he looked like a wise old man. After examining the prescription in Wang Meifeng's hand for a moment, he slowly asked, Who gave you this prescription? Chapter 36 Just a swindler from the picaresque worldie. Upon seeing Dr. Wang's inquiry, Wang Meifeng immediately asked nervously, Can this prescription really cure Guobao's disease? Dr. Wang looked at Wang Meifeng, sighed, regretfully shook his head, and said, "The ingredients in this prescription are all very common, mostly for general health maintenance and replenishing vitality. Although they are not harmful to the body, they are not effective for epilepsy." Upon hearing this, the color of hope in Wang Meifeng's eyes dimmed instantly. Subsequently, she said, "Dr. Wang, please take another look. Are you sure it's of no use at all?" Dr. Wang put the prescription on the table and shook his head again, his eyes full of regret. "Dr. Wang," Wang Meifeng held back her tears and croaked, "could you please look at it again? Maybe you made a mistake earlier. The person who gave me this prescription said that her family has been practicing medicine for generations. She told me that as long as we persistently take this medicine, Gobeo's disease can be completely cured." Dr. Wang stroked his beard, then opened his mouth. "Generations practicing medicine? One think it's just a quack. You need to understand, Guobao has epilepsy. My great-grandfather was appointed by the emperor for his superior medical skills to be an imperial doctor. Do you know what an imperial doctor is? They treat the emperor. But I have never heard my great-grandfather say that epilepsy can not only be cured but also with such common medicine." Pausing here, Dr. Wang continued, "Even my great-grandfather cannot cure epilepsy. He can only control it with medication. How can a countryside doctor have a cure? Isn't it a joke? It's simply ridiculous." After a snicker, Dr. Wang continued, "There are a lot of patients waiting outside. If you don't have any other issues, please go home first. Epilepsy is not a severe illness, just pay more attention to it on a daily basis." "Not a severe illness? Epilepsy?" Dr. Wang spoke in such a nonchalant manner. Only Wang Meifeng knew how hard life had been for her son. Because no one knew when the disease would strike, almost no children wanted to play with her son. Everyone was afraid of being implicated. Moreover, once the epilepsy attacks, it's terrifying with froth coming out from the mouth and limbs twitching. If not handled properly, one may lose their life, and no schools were willing to admit such students. She never dared to let Yang Guobao go out alone. Wang Meifeng took a deep breath. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Dr. Wang." She turned around and began walking towards the door. As soon as she left the consultation room, patients who had been waiting in line pushed the door and went in. Yang Guobao was obediently waiting for Wang Meifeng in the courtyard. Although many patients were clearly waiting outside the clinic, Yang Guobao's small figure looked terribly lonely. As if he was cut off from the world. Wang Meifeng adjusted her emotions, smiled, and walked over to Yang Guobao. "Guobao, are you hungry? Mom will take you to breakfast." "Mom," Yang Guobao looked up at Wang Meifeng, his innocent eyes dark and deep. "Did Grandpa Wang say that my disease is incurable?" His voice was very calm, as serene as if they are discussing the weather. Wang Meifeng didn't expect Yang Guobao to say something like that. She was first stunned, then laughed. "Silly kid, what are you talking about? You're not sick. You're healthy." When an epilepsy attack occurs, the sufferer falls into a brief unconscious state, so the Yang family has always been concealing it from Yang Guobao. But while she could keep herself quiet, she could not keep others from talking. There has been much gossip outside. Although Yang Guobao is young, he is as clear-minded as a mirror. "Mother," Yang Guobao continued, "didn't Sister and I Yang give you the prescription? Don't you believe Sister and I Yang?" For a moment, Wang Meifeng didn't know how to respond to Yang Guobao. By now, if she still believes in Ni Yang, what would that be other than self-deception? After all, Dr. Wang is a famed physician. Ni Yang, on the other hand, is just a young girl. "Guobao," Wang Meifeng squatted down, supporting Yang Guobao's shoulder, gazing at him and saying gently, "It's not that Mom does not believe in Sister Ni Yang, but Sister Ni Yang's prescription is of no use to you. Trust your mother, Mom will definitely make you better, even if it means traveling to the ends of the earth." By now, Wang Meifeng did not want to continue lying to her child. Yang Guobao just looked at Wang Meifeng, his round eyes slightly reddening. He croaked, "Mom, one want to be like normal children. One believe in Sister Ni Yang." This was the first time Yang Guobao spoke so directly to Wang Meifeng. Their words were simple and sincere, but they come from deep within their hearts. Wang Meifeng couldn't control her emotions, tears streamed down her face instantly. She hugged Yang Guobao tightly, choked with sobs. "Guobao, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm incapable of giving you a healthy body." Yang Guobao blinked his big eyes, very sensible, patting Wang Meifeng's back, comforting her. "Mum, don't cry. I'm fine. We should trust sister and I Yang once again. I'm not afraid of taking medicine, nor am I afraid of bitterness. One will be obedient in the future." He was afraid of nothing, except loneliness and solitude. He yearned for freedom. He yearned even more to be like other children, to play freely and make a group of close friends. Wang Meifeng felt like her heart was about to break. She couldn't bear to object Yang Guobao. She quickly nodded. All right. We will trust sister and I Yang once again. 111 take you to medicine store now." Dr. Wang said that this medicine didn't have any harm but instead had nourishing health effects. If her son trusted N.I. Yang to this extent, then she couldn't put out the faint light in his eyes. "Thank you, Mum." Yang Guobao smiled happily. He believed that sister N.I. Yang would definitely be able to cure his disease. Even if she couldn't, it wouldn't matter. After all, as the saying goes, gold has impurities, no man is perfect. No matter what, he couldn't bear to let sister N.I. Yang's efforts go in vain. Wang Meifeng took Yang Guobao to the traditional Chinese medicine store to get the medicines. She got the medicine for 3 months directly, 3 big bags in total, which cost them less than 50 yuan. No wonder Dr. Wang said these medicines were too common. Just taking Yang Guobao to the hospital for a checkup costs more than 100 yuan. How could medicine that costs less than 50 yuan possibly cure epilepsy? Wang Meifeng sighed deeply. Once they returned home, she didn't reveal the truth of the matter to her in-laws and her husband. Instead, she lied and explained that Dr. Wang had approved of the prescription. If her in-laws knew that these medicines had no effect, they would definitely prevent Yang Guobao from taking them. For now, she had to conceal the truth. "Meifeng, if Guobao's health improves in 3 months, we must thank Comrade N.I. Yang properly," said Zhou Suhua, her face beaming with a smile. Wang Meifeng's face didn't express much emotion. As she simmered the herbal decoction, she just nodded gently. She daren't imagine what Zhou Suhua's reaction of disappointment would be once she found out the truth. However, Yang Guobao was very happy, bouncing around cheerfully and saying, "Grandma, don't worry. Sister N.I. Yang is very amazing, I will definitely get better." Morning market. It was already past 9 o'clock. Usually, during this time, N.I. Yang would have already closed up shop. However, at this moment, N.I. Yang was still busy at her stall. She had prepared 2 large buckets of pickled cabbage fish soup today, more than 500 bowls of noodles in total, 200 bowls more than the day before. All 5 tables were filled, and there were even customers still standing in line, waiting. The air was filled with the sour, spicy, and umami flavors of pickled cabbage fish soup, stimulating everyone's appetite. The stall owners nearby, whose businesses were slow, all looked at N.I. Yang with envy. The aroma of the pickled cabbage fish was so enticing, and the queue was so long. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the same line of business, they would have wanted to try a bowl for themselves. This young girl, though not old in age, was a formidable businesswoman. Chapter 37 Good wine needs no bush _1 N.I. Yang was away for only 5 days, but she has already brought a considerable amount of foot traffic to the morning market. With her good looks and deliciously made pickled vegetable noodles, there were even people who came specifically to try her pickled fish noodles. This validated an old saying. Good wine needs no bush. Even those who had been doing business for more than a decade were outperformed by the young girl. The more they thought about it, the more ashamed they felt. Look at how she sways her hips. What a flirt. I can't tell if she's here to sell noodles or to sell flesh, a mother and daughter pair selling buns exclaimed indignantly, casting hostile glances in N.I. Yang's direction. Selling flesh. This was an insinuation that N.I. Yang was using her looks to attract customers. The mother's name was Sun Chuanxiang and her daughter's Zhu Yonghong. Zhu Yonghong watched Ni Yang busily serving customers, feeling a sourness welling up inside her. Ni Yang, who looked even younger than her, was not only attractive but also very business savvy. In just a few days she had taken all their business away. While Ni Yang's stand buzzed like a bustling marketplace, her own sat silent and deserted. Zhu Yonghong was overwhelmed with frustration. Before Ni Yang arrived, their buns were the best-selling, and out of everyone on the street, she was known for her striking features and was affectionately called the dumpling's beauty. Now, Ni Yang not only stole her business but also her honor. Noodle beauty will surely emerge soon. Zhu Yonghong thought bitterly. No. She absolutely cannot let this happen. She would not let anyone take what's hers. Sun Xuanxiang looked disdainfully at Ni Yang. This kind of business, which depends on selling flesh, won't last long. We will just wait until she cries. You're right, Zhu Yonghong responded, narrowing her eyes. She added in a soft voice, who knows if someone will find something filthy in her noodles one day. Hearing the implication in her daughter's words, Sun Xuanxiang looked at Zhu Yonghong in surprise. Hong? Zhu Yonghong folded her arms, smiling. Don't worry, Mum. I know my limits. Zhu Yonghong was a street expert. She knew many bad guys in society through selling buns. If she really wanted to do something, it would be easy peasy. Although this period was marked by a strict crackdown on crime, there were still many who dared to take risks. By the time Ni Yang sold out all of her 500 bowls of noodles, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Even though it was late, there were still many people who hadn't eaten, waiting in line. Ni Yang wished she could sell more noodles each day, but she had other things to do. Besides, her body could not handle much more. She was, after all, only 17. Transporting nearly 200 kilograms of soup from the outskirts to the city every day was already the limit of what her physique could manage. Today she sold over 560 bowls of noodles, making a total of 168. 3 yuan. If she could sell over 500 bowls a day, then she would make 5,040 yuan a month. After deducting expenses and daily overheads, she could make around 4,800 yuan. With this pace, she could rent a shop space in 2 months. 4,800 yuan might be considered a common monthly wage in later generations, but in this era, it was considered a huge amount of money. After all, a worker's salary was only tens of yuan a month at this time. However, the reputation for private enterprise was not great during this period, which is why most families were unwilling to start businesses. It's for this reason that many people who ventured into business in the 1980s eventually became billionaires. Start with small money, then make big money. After tidying up the table and stove, Ni Yang moved all her stuff to the neighboring shop. Usually, Ni Yang came around 8 o'clock and Lu Dongliang would always be waiting at the door on time, but today, due to her delay, Lu Dongliang was nowhere to be found. After arranging the tables and chairs, Ni Yang called out habitually, "Uncle Lu, are you in?" After putting down the stuff, it was necessary to greet the shop's owner. Shortly, the footsteps inside the house could be heard. It must be Lu Dongliang about to make his appearance. Without lifting her head, Ni Yang declared, "Uncle Lu, I've put the table and chairs away. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." My father left for some errands." A strange male voice sounded in her ear. His voice was as gentle as jade, a stark contrast to Lu Dongliang's coarse voice. Upon hearing this, Ni Yang looked up in surprise. Standing in front of her was a teenager about 17 or 18 years old. He was tall, dressed in the most popular plaid shirt, and was wearing top-quality pants. In the parlance of later generations, he was indeed a handsome young man. During their eye contact, Lu Wei's face turned slightly red and he broke into a nervous sweat. People of this era were truly innocent like this. Ni Yang withdrew her gaze indifferently and smiled. "Since Uncle Lu isn't here, could you please tell him that Ni Yang stopped by? He knows me." Lu Wei nodded in response, "Sure." After a pause, he added, "My name is Lu Wei, Lu as in Liu Bei, and Wei as in greatness." Ni Young returned the gesture politely with a smile. Nice to meet you. I have things to take care of, so I'm heading home now. With that, she got on her bicycle and left. The bicycle was large and had big iron buckets attached at the back. Despite her slender figure perched atop the bicycle, she exuded an air of unyielding beauty. Indeed, when a person is attractive, they make everything around them beautiful. Watching Ni Yang's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Lu Wei let out a huge sigh of relief. It was strange. He had never been so nervous in the presence of a young girl. Even the belle of his class seemed ordinary to him, but Ni Young was different. This girl, whom he had only met twice, had left a deep impression on his heart. Unfortunately, she had already dropped out of school. In the future, he was going to university to do great things. A girl who didn't even graduate from junior high school was no different from an illiterate. He couldn't possibly introduce such a girl to others. Remembering this, Lu Wei jolted back to reality, mentally slapping himself. What was he thinking? Today, Ni Young bought another 60 kilograms of vegetables and 20 fish. Since it was summer, she had to ensure the taste of her pickled cabbage fish soup noodles, so she needed fresh live fish. Dead fish were absolutely unacceptable. Moreover, dead fish weren't good for health. Doing business must be in good conscience. Only then can it last. When she got home, Ni Young washed the vegetables and prepared them for pickling. After a quick meal, she made her way up the mountain with her bamboo basket. The main reason for her trip to the mountain was to find herbal medicines for her mother Ni Tsuehua. She had checked at the pharmacy before. The herbal medicines she needed were too expensive. Also, many herbs were not available for private sale, so she had to go up the mountain herself to dig for them. The mountains of this era had not yet been exploited, so the mountains were filled with treasures. Chapter 38 Treasure Hunt in the Mountains. Ni Young walked along a mountain trail with a small bamboo basket slung on her back. She encountered quite a few villagers along the way. She politely greeted each one of them. She addressed the slightly older ones as uncles and aunts, and the elders as grandpas and grandmas. Who doesn't love a sweet-talking young girl? Especially, one who is as pretty as Ni Young. As soon as Ni Young was out of sight, the villagers immediately began to gossip. Don't be fooled by her youthful appearance. She's quite capable. I heard she saved Maifeng's child when a ghost took possession. What ghost? I heard it was epilepsy. If Xinjin was half as sensible as her, I'd be content. An angular-faced, short-haired woman with a sarcastic manner chimed in, of course, she's capable. Otherwise, how could she afford a Phoenix brand bicycle? Upon hearing this, everyone else's expression immediately changed. Yes. It was indeed suspicious that a family headed by a widow and her orphan, which didn't even have a labor force, could afford a bicycle. After all, even those of them who had toiled in the fields all year round couldn't afford one. A middle-aged woman with long hair furrowed her brows a little, saying, Wang Jinfang, you can't just make assumptions. Perhaps they earned the money. One heard that young girl wakes up early every morning to sell breakfast in the city. Sell breakfast? Wang Jinfang hinted, who's to say she's selling breakfast and nothing else? Wang Jinfang was a notorious gossip in the village, and a typical example of one who wants others to be poorer than oneself. If she saw someone living a better life than herself, she would become discontent and immediately resort to sarcasm and curses, wishing ill luck on them. The long-haired woman, who was more reasonable, immediately retorted, Wang Jinfang, we're in front of everyone here, and we should ensure we have evidence before we speak. Ni Yang was too young to have her reputation ruined by Wang Jinfang's. How would she hold her head high in the village in the future? Looking at the long-haired woman, Wang Jinfang spitefully shot back, so, you witnessed her selling breakfast in the city? Or are you her business partner? Her last sentence was especially pointed. You. The long-haired woman's face turned red in anger. She coughed and retorted, you're just babbling nonsense. You're just stirring up trouble for no reason. I'm stirring up trouble? I think it's you, Zhou Qingshang, who is feeling guilty. Wang Jinfang widened her eyes, looking very fierce. Zhou Qingshang didn't even know Ni Yang. She must have seen her buying the bicycle and wanted to ingratiate herself, so she stood up for her. Otherwise, why would she be so kind-hearted? Hypocritical. Shameless. Ahem, am feeling guilty? Ahem. Wang Jinfang. You tell me now, for what reason should I feel guilty? Seeing that the argument was escalating, someone immediately stepped in to mediate. Enough is enough already, let's not quibble over an outsider. Since Zhou Qingshang, who was educated and also felt a bit under the weather, was coughing all the time, she didn't want to argue further with Wang Jinfang. She picked up her hoe and headed towards the field. How can you reason with such a person? In the mountains. Ni Yang, with her basket on her back, was venturing among the rocks on the mountainous trail, finding many wild medicinal herbs along the way, such as angelica, lingji, astragalus, buplurum, and more. At this time, Western medicine was emerging, and traditional Chinese medicine was gradually being forgotten, so the mountains were rich in resources. Ni Yang even discovered a wild ginseng plant that was 100 years old, judging by its 7 leaves. Ginseng is renowned as the king of all herbs and is famed for its abilities to calm the mind, stabilize the soul, reduce palpitations, dispel evil, clarify vision, uplift mood, and stimulate the mind. It is particularly suitable for women recovering from childbirth and suffering from deficiency of vital energy. Ni Yen was overjoyed and took a spade, carefully digging around the base of the ginseng plant, terrified she might break even a single root hair. A moment later, an entire ginseng plant had been unearthed. Although it was wild, the quality of this ginseng was exceptionally good and quite large. At the pharmacy, you couldn't buy such a ginseng for less than several hundred yuan. Ni Yen placed the ginseng in her bamboo basket and continued to wander through the forest. If there was one ginseng in this forest, there had to be more than just one. Sure enough, before long, Ni Yen found a second ginseng plant nearby. However, this one wasn't a 7-year-old plant, but a younger ginseng of 3 to 5 years. Even though it was not an older plant, the effectiveness of this young ginseng still exceeded the ones sold in the pharmacy. Having dug out the second ginseng, Ni Yen was unable to find a third. Ginseng is a plant that one stumbles upon rather than actively seeks. Ni Yen didn't persist in looking for more ginseng but started to dig up some other herbs. During this process, she also discovered a cluster of aloe vera plants. Aloe vera is a valuable asset. It not only enhances beauty but also serves as traditional medicine and can reduce inflammation, detoxify, dissipate blood stasis, and kill parasites. It treats ocular inflammation, constipation, leukorrhea, hematuria, childhood epilepsy, retained phlegm, burns and scalds, hemorrhoids, scabies, abscesses, bruises and injuries, and many more ailments. Ni Yen picked up her spade, dug up a few aloe vera plants and put them in her basket. She planned to plant them in front of her home when she returned. After finishing all these tasks, Ni Yen slung her bamboo basket over her back and started descending the mountain. The lush vegetation and the mountain breezes refreshed her spirit and soothed her mood. As Ni Yen walked, she started to hum a little tune, filled with happiness. Just then, Ni Yen perceived a slight movement and immediately froze in her steps, looking towards a bush nearby. There was a grinding, gurgling noise coming from the bush. Something was in that bush. Having realized this, Ni Yen stepped towards the bush, and with a swift motion of her hand, parted the foliage. There, hidden within the bushes, were 7 or 8 gray baby bunnies. No bigger than the size of a palm, the bunnies looked at Ni Yen, issuing sibilant warning sounds from their mouths. Such adorable bunnies, they'd undoubtedly be more adorable when they grew up, and their meat would be delicious. Ni Yen could almost see roasted rabbit, stewed rabbit, braised rabbit, spicy rabbit, and other delectable dishes waving at her. Ni Yen counted, there were 9 bunnies altogether. She took 8 out and put them in her basket, leaving 1 for the mother rabbit. Looking at the spoils of her venture in the bamboo basket, Ni Yen's lips curled in satisfaction. Today's harvest was excellent. The sun was setting, and Ni Yen shouldered her bamboo basket, making her way home swiftly. At this time, a middle-aged woman with long hair walked towards Yen, constantly breaking into fits of coughing. The woman was none other than Zhou Qingshang, who had spoken up for Yen in the afternoon. Although unaware of the incident in the afternoon, Yen courteously greeted her, "Hello, Auntie Wang." Zhou Qingshang laughed, "Oh, it's you, Yang. Have you just come down from the mountain?" She burst into a fit of coughing before she could finish, her eyes red from the intensity. People suffering from flu get worse at the beginning and the end of the day. Yen nodded, "I have picked some herbs from the mountain." "Auntie Wang, have you caught a cold? Have you been to the hospital?" Zhou Qingshang dismissed it casually, "It's just a minor cold, 111 be fine in a few days." Villagers usually react this way, because they are keen to save money. They endure both major and minor illnesses on their own, only opting for a hospital visit when absolutely necessary. Many have even turned minor illnesses into major ones, eventually leading to fatalities. A cold is not a trivial matter. If the cold virus enters the bloodstream, it can lead to complications such as pneumonia and hypoxia. Yen cautioned while taking a few plants that appeared similar to a bamboo leaf from the basket and handed them to Zhou Qingshang. She continued, "Auntie Wang, this is a medicinal herb called Plowing. After you go home, strip off the leaves and twigs, clean the roots and stems thoroughly, and then boil them to drink. Within 3 days, your cold will be gone." According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, Plowing is bitter and sweet. It is capable of dispersing body heat, soothing the liver and lifting yang energy. It is highly effective against colds. In fact, it could cure the cold in a day. 3 days is just a conservative estimate. Chapter 39 caught the little rabbit eye. As Yang had previously saved Yang Guobao, everyone in the village knew that she was quite capable. Zhou Qingshang also took a great liking to this young girl, promptly taking the Plowing from Yang's hand, laughing as she said, "Thank you so much, Yang. I'll decoct it into a drink as soon as I get home." Yang gave a slight smile, speaking softly, "Auntie Wang, no need for formalities." The more Zhou Qingshang saw of Yang, the more she liked her. She regretted not having a good squabble with that gossipy woman, Wang Jinfang. If she heard the gossipy woman badmouth Yang again, she herself would certainly give her a slap. After saying goodbye to Zhou Qingshang, Yang continued on her way home. It was already 5:30. Since it was June, the sun was still high in the sky. When Yang returned home, her younger sister, Yun, was wailing loudly, while Tsuehua was trying to calm her down. However, the little girl seemed to have suffered some wrong. The more she cried, the louder she became, refusing to stop despite the placating efforts. "Mom, what's wrong with my little sister? Why is she crying so pitifully?" As Tsuehua pedaled back and forth to shush the child, she said, "All children are like this, it's fine, she'll stop crying in a while, you just go about your business." Yang had never had or cared for children in her previous life, and was clumsy at consoling children, so she could only first leave the room, allowing Tsuehua to soothe her alone. Yang went into the yard, and suddenly remembered that she still had 8 cute little rabbits in her basket. So she found a large cardboard box from her house, and put the little rabbits inside it. The little rabbits were highly adaptable, and as soon as they were placed inside the box, they began to happily hop about. Thinking that the little rabbits hadn't eaten anything all afternoon, Yang took a few veggies from the kitchen and placed them in the box. The sight of the greens made the rabbits' eyes practically glow, and they immediately began to nibble on the leaves. After settling the rabbits, Yang took the aloe vera and herbal medicine that she had dug up from the mountain, selected a few plants, and planted them in the ground in front of the door. This was originally a wasteland that hadn't been cultivated for many years, but Tsuehua was diligent. After reclaiming the wasteland, she not only sprinkled vegetable seeds on it, but also built a fence around it to keep chickens and ducks away. The vegetable seeds that Tsuehua had planted a few days ago had already sprouted. Before long, they would be able to eat the vegetables they had grown themselves. It hadn't rained for several days, so after she finished planting the aloe vera and herbs, Yang watered the vegetable sprouts. After doing all these, Yang finally had time to prepare dinner. There were still some river snails she'd found before. Tonight, she could cook spicy stir-fried snails. And also a pig's feet and clam soup, carrots stir-fried with meat, and stir-fried leeks. Except for the spicy stir-fried snails, the other 3 dishes all have beauty benefits. Some dishes can help with breast growth, some are good for the skin, smoothing wrinkles and anti-aging, while some are good for the hair. The taste is excellent. She could cook even the most ordinary ingredients into a feast, causing one to be unwilling to stop eating. When dinner was ready, it was already past 7. At this time, Chingue just got off work and came back home. Yang, your cooking skills have improved greatly. I could smell it from far away. Should we wash our hands and eat now? After living together for these days, Chingue had fallen in love with Yang's cooking. Moreover, Chingue had surprisingly found that his physical condition had also undergone considerable changes recently. For instance, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to have lightened a lot, and his complexion was not as dull as before. He felt that all these changes should be attributed to the delicious meals that Yang cooked. Auntie is back, dinner is ready, we can start eating now. Yang replied, bustling about in the kitchen. Then I'll go wash my hands. Chingue made a beeline to wash his hands with quick steps. Eating meals had become the thing he looked forward to the most after work every day. In a short while, Chingue's surprised voice echoed from outside, wow! What delightful little rabbits. Yang, did you buy these rabbits? Yang laughed as she explained, no, I caught them in the mountains this afternoon. Chingue marveled, you could even catch rabbits in the mountains. Yang, you are really lucky. Yang nodded, yes, quite lucky. Auntie please come in and eat. Alright, I'm coming. 3 people sat around a table, chatting and laughing together in a lively atmosphere. The next morning, Yang got up before dawn as usual. After making breakfast, she headed out to set up her stall at the morning market. Today, she had also made 2 barrels of fish soup, enough for more than 560 bowls. The noodles were selling incredibly well today, with a long queue that never seemed to shorten. Seeing the success of Yang's business, Zhu Yonghong gritted her teeth in frustration. Observing the long queue, Zhu Yonghong decided to take action. She announced loudly, the price of meat buns has dropped. 6 meat buns for just a cent. Vegetarian buns, which usually cost a cent for 3, were now 6 for a cent, and they were filled with meat. Even if she didn't make a profit, she couldn't let Yang benefit today. As some of the customers in line heard the announcement, they were tempted to run over there. I'll take 6 meat buns. Zhu Yonghong smiled as she took the money. Sure, just a moment. Seeing that she had taken half of Yang's customers, Zhu Yonghong felt even more smug, her mouth curling into a satisfied smile. Selling 6 meat buns for a cent was indeed unprofitable, even at a loss. However, the loss was only for this morning. She planned to replace the meat tomorrow and add more ingredients, naturally making a profit. Yang, on the other hand, seemed unfazed by the customers flocking to Zhu Yonghong's side and continued to calmly serve the remaining customers her noodles. Such is business. Competition creates pressure, and pressure creates motivation. Someone raised their voice from the crowd, hey boss, the bun shop next door has lowered their prices. How about you lower the prices of your noodles too? With 3 cents, I can now buy 18 meat buns. Yang replied with a smile, sorry, you get what you pay for. I've already priced my food as low as I can. I can't lose money selling it, now, can I? In fact, 3 cents for a bowl of noodles was not expensive, especially considering the delicious fish that came with it. On the street, a bowl of plain noodles would cost 2 cents. But with cheap buns on offer, people inevitably make comparisons. Besides, human nature is greedy. If she really lowered her prices today, they would wonder just how much profit she must usually make from the noodles. Yang had always competed on the quality of the product, not on the price. Just making it cheaper won't ensure long-term business. The key is good taste. On hearing her words, the man sighed, "Oh, well, if you can't make it cheaper, 111 just go and eat buns over there." Yang gave a slight smile, "Please do." Seeing her customers constantly crossing over to her side, Zhu Yonghong looked at Yang with a smirk on her face. Yes. It was a provocation. Yang finally realized why Zhu Yonghong was selling her buns at a loss. It was to undercut her. Since she was the one starting trouble, Yang could not just sit back and do nothing. If she didn't react, Zhu Yonghong would think that Yang was like her steamed buns, to be handled as she pleased. Yang raised an eyebrow and met Zhu Yonghong's gaze, a faint smile on her lips. Although her smile was slight, Zhu Yonghong couldn't help but feel a chill. She quickly averted her gaze. She never expected Yang to fight back so openly. Yang had completely exceeded Zhu Yonghong's expectations. She had a feeling that Yang wouldn't be easy to deal with and was very different from the other country folks she had encountered before. Chapter 40. Have you stopped studying? _1 Although Zhu Yonghong snatched away many of her customers, Yang's 5 small tables were always full. After all, quality ensures patronage. But Zhu Yonghong did affect Yang. Yesterday, all the noodles were sold out past 10 in the morning, while today they continued to sell until after 11. Whereas Zhu Yonghong packed up early. On her way out, she even sneered at Yang. But, this time, Yang chose to ignore her, concentrating only on her noodles as if she hadn't seen her. The business is more important. She doesn't have the time to squabble with someone irrelevant. Plus, she roughly calculated that Zhu Yonghong sold about 1,000 buns this morning. The current pork price in Beijing is 2 yuan and 80 cents per jin. With the additional ingredients, about 70 to 80 meat buns can be made from 1 jin of meat. Not counting the price of flour and labor, the cost per bun is about 4 cents. Under normal circumstances, 1 cent can buy only 2 meat buns, so selling 1,000 buns needs to bring in more than 35 yuan for a profit. However, selling 1,000 buns at Zhu Yonghong's price of 6 for 1 cent would only garner around 15 yuan. That means Zhu Yonghong lost over 20 yuan this morning. The reason Zhu Yonghong can still smile is that she hasn't done the math yet and doesn't realize how much she has lost. One guess she won't be able to smile when she gets home. Yang had just finished setting up the tables and chairs when she heard a gentle male voice above her. Yang looked up in confusion. The speaker was none other than the sunny young man Lu Wei. Is anything wrong? Yang asked politely. Yang was standing against the light, with people passing by and towering plane trees behind her. Bright sunlight scattered through the leaves, bathing her jade-like face in light. Lu Wei felt his heart was about to jump out. He struggled to control this unusual emotion before saying, Yang, one heard, you've stopped going to school? Yes. Yang nodded, that's right. Lu Wei was surprised that she admitted it so calmly. He then asked, what do you plan to do in the future? You can't be a peddler all your life, right? Have you thought about making a change? Being a peddler is the least promising profession. There was a popular saying at the time, if a young lady wants to experience life and practice haggling, she should marry a peddler. This gives an idea of how low the status of being a peddler was. Yang shook her head, not for now, one think being a peddler is okay, it's all honest work. That's not what I mean. Lu Wei continued, one think it would be better if you, a girl, read more. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me, maybe I can help. Being a peddler is ultimately not a long-lasting profession. Your future life path is still very long. Girls who are always out in the open, yet illiterate, will find it difficult to find a good husband. Even if Yang was attractive, he doubted any college students would want to marry an illiterate woman. He said this for her own good. If Lu Wei knew that the peddlers of today would become the first generation of rich people in the future, he would certainly regret his words today. No matter how much people look down upon peddlers today, later generations will be envious of the first generation of peddlers. Ni Yang nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you for your suggestion, one will consider it seriously." Regardless of what Lu Wei said, she was not going to give up her studies. It's just that the time is not yet ripe, she has not yet found her footing in Beijing. In her previous life, she was a top student at a 211 university. This life can't be too bad either. Lu Wei scratched his head, laughing, "You're welcome, if you encounter any problems, you can tell me." Ni Yang politely smiled, "Thank you, I will." In a courtyard home in Beijing, Zhu Yonghong, pushing her old bike, walked in beaming with pride. "Honghong's back. How was business today?" Sun Xuanxiang immediately greeted her. She was feeling a bit off today, so she hadn't gone out with her daughter. Zhu Yonghong parked her bike and said, laughing, "Mum, one sold all the buns today." Upon hearing this, Sun Xuanxiang was astonished. "Honghong, are you joking with me?" She then asked, "Didn't the woman who sells noodles show up this morning?" "Mum, what are you talking about?" Zhu Yonghong hugged Sun Chengxiang's arm and said, "In your eyes, am I not even comparable to that hillbilly?" Sun Xuanxiang patted Zhu Yonghong's hand. "One didn't mean that, so you really sold over 1,000 buns?" "Of course it's true." Zhu Yonghong puffed up her chest. "You don't know who your daughter is." Hearing her words, Sun Chengxiang's smile became even more kind. "Right, how can my daughter not be awesome?" Zhu Yonghong held on to Sun Chengxiang's arm and continued, "Mum, you didn't see Ni Yang's face when I stole all her customers this morning." "Huh," I laughed so hard. Just the thought that she had successfully stolen most of Ni Yang's customers this morning made her feel so satisfied. Sun Xuanxiang couldn't help laughing either, then she held out her hand to Zhu Yonghong. "Where's the money? Let me have a look." The bun business hadn't been so good in a long time. Zhu Yonghong pulled out a handful of change. "Here, this is it." Sun Xuanxiang took the money and stood there happily counting it, but slowly, her smile faded. Did she miscount? Sun Xuanxiang counted it over and over, but no matter how she counted, it only amounted to 15 yuan and 70 cents. These over 1,000 buns were supposed to sell for at least 3780 yuan, so why is there so much missing? "Honghong, is there more money?" Sun Xuanxiang looked uneasy. Did her daughter secretly misappropriate the money from selling the buns? "That's all there is," Zhu Yonghong frowned slightly. "I gave you everything." Sun Chengxiang's face suddenly darkened. "Over 1,000 buns total, and Heres only 15 yuan and 70 cents. Where's the other 20 or so yuan? Did you eat it?" She still has a son in college, who needs about 50 yuan a month for living expenses. All the money she earns each month goes to her son. Seeing that her son's living expenses for this month have not yet been settled, of course, Sun Xuanxiang is anxious. "Don't worry, let me explain." Zhu Yonghong told the whole truth about this morning to Sun Xuanxiang. After listening, Sun Xuanxiang was immediately furious. She threw all the change in her hand at Zhu Yonghong's face. "You good for nothing. Rip off. You've squandered the buns I worked all night to make. Go get my money back right now. If you don't bring it back, don't bother coming back." That's over 20 yuan. That's enough for half a month's living expenses for her son. All her work for the past several days had been for nothing. Sun Xuanxiang, who hadn't been to school for very long, didn't mind her words when she was full of anxiety and anger. "Mum, how could you say that about me?" Zhu Yonghong wept plaintively. "Didn't one do it for our business? You don't understand how many people came to buy buns this morning." Chapter 41 Excellence is not without reason. Sun Xuanxiang was fuming with anger at Zhu Yonghong. She picked up a stick lying next to her and went to hit Zhu Yonghong. "You're a disgrace to our family and dare to talk back. I'll beat you to death today." 6 for 1 cent, why not give them away for free then? Don't you treasure the money one earned? Do you know your brother doesn't even have his living expenses this month? You're such a waste. I'll beat you to death. In this era, university students were highly valued. If a family had a university student, it was almost like having royalty in the household. As for daughters? Daughters were seen as an expense, as they would eventually be married off. So Zhu Yonghong quit school early, setting up a stall with her mother to earn living expenses for her brother. "Mom, stop hitting." Zhu Yonghong grabbed the falling stick. "Tomorrow morning one will earn back the money we lost today. I promise it won't affect my brother's living expenses." Zhu Yonghong's mindset had been assimilated. Just like Sun Xuanxiang, she treated her university-educated brother as if he was an ancestor, without feeling it was unfair at all. "That's easy for you to say, how are you going to earn it?" Sun Xuanxiang asked, her face full of anger. Zhu Yonghong took a deep breath. "Mom, listen to me." Zhu Yonghong leaned on her mother's shoulder and whispered her plan. After hearing Zhu Yonghong's words, Sun Xuanxiang frowned and asked, "Can that really work?" Sun Xuanxiang was a money-loving person, but she was tentative about this plan because she was also timid. Zhu Yonghong laughed and said, "Why not? It will definitely work as long as nobody gets hurt." "You're right." Sun Xuanxiang nodded, the anger on her face gradually fading away. "Then we will do as you suggested." "Good, Mom." Zhu Yonghong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Just wait and see, nobody will want to eat her noodles tomorrow. She will make that little tart experience what desolation feels like." Ni family after lunch, Ni Yang went to the river to check the crab trap she had set a few days ago, and also collected some snails along the way. Not long after she left, Zhou Qingshang showed up at the gate of Ni's courtyard with a basket of vegetables. Zhou Qingshang had come to thank Ni Yang. After following Ni Yang's advice and drinking the decoction made from the roots Ni Yang had given her, her cold was gone overnight. When she first took the roots home, people had scoffed, saying such roots couldn't possibly cure a cold. She had also been simply trying when she drank the decoction. She didn't expect that it would work so well. The next morning, her headache was gone, she stopped coughing, and her fever had also subsided. That root was even more effective than the immortal pill. "Is Yang Yang at home?" "Yes, who is it?" Ni Tsuhua appeared confusedly from inside, looking at Zhou Qingshang. "May I ask who you are?" Zhou Qingshang smiled and said, "You must be Yang Yang's mother, right? I live nearby, my family name is Zhou." Through Ni Yang's dietary care for these days, Ni Qihua's spirits had significantly improved. Even her facial wrinkles had subsided a lot, her complexion had improved a lot too. One could see Ni Yang in her eyes. It can be seen that Ni Yang's beauty is all thanks to Ni Qihua's good genes. Ni Tsuhua nodded, "Yes, I am Yang Yang's mom." "Are you looking for our Yang Yang?" "Please come inside and sit, she just went out." "Well, I came specifically to thank Yang Yang." Zhou Qingshang followed Ni Tsuehua into the house, narrating her story of curing her cold as she walked. She boasted about the efficacy of the herbal medicine given by Ni Yang. It sounded as if she wanted to praise Ni Yang to the sky. Upon hearing someone praising her daughter, the mother was naturally pleased. Ni Tsuehua said, laughing, "Please sit for a while. I will get you a glass of water." Zhou Qingshang took Ni Qihua's hand. "No need to keep yourself busy, Yang Yang's mom," she said as she put the basket of vegetables on the table. "Yang Yang has helped me a lot, but I didn't have anything as a token of gratitude. These vegetables are all grown by me, you guys can have them. If it's finished, we still have some at home, you can take them from my vegetable garden." Ni Yang and her mother just moved in, so Zhou Qingshang assumed they must not have any vegetables. That's why she brought over some fresh vegetables. This was indeed a help in urgent need. The basket was filled with yard-long beans, tomatoes, pak choy, cilantro, bitter gourd, celery, spring onions, etc. "Big sister, you are too polite." Actually, Yang Yang didn't do much. "We can't accept these vegetables." Ni Tsuehua is a straightforward person. She felt like they didn't do enough to deserve such a big advantage. Since one have already brought them, there is no reason to take them back. "Unless, Yang Yang's mom, you are disparaging my vegetables because they are not valuable," said Zhou Qingshang, feigning an upset face. Seeing this, Ni Tsuehua immediately explained, "That's not what one meant." Zhou Qingshang immediately said, "Since that's not what you meant, then accept them. They are not something valuable. Having no other choice, Enitsuiwa had to accept. Big sister, wait a moment. I will empty out the basket for you. With that, Enitsuiwa took the basket of vegetables into the kitchen. Zhou Qingshang stood in the living room, looking around. It was evident that Enitsuiwa knew how to manage a home. Everything was neat and orderly, even there was no trace of dust on the tables. All the furniture was arranged neatly. After a while, Enitsuiwa came out from the kitchen with the basket. It was not empty, it held 2 apples. Reciprocating kindness is a virtue passed down through thousands of years in China. She surely couldn't let someone return with an empty basket. It's not only a virtue but also a matter of propriety. Though Enitsuiwa has not received any formal education, she deeply understands the principles of life. At that time, apples were quite expensive, costing 5 to 6 cents a gene, and 2 apples were about half a kilogram. Zhou Qingshang insisted on not taking them. She had grown her own vegetables, whereas the apples were bought with money. Enitsuiwa held the basket tight, not allowing Zhou Qingshang to remove the apples. Big sister, take them back for your kids to taste. If you refuse to take them, we will have to refuse the vegetables you brought. Enitsuiwa was determined. With no other option, Zhou Qingshang reluctantly accepted, thinking to herself, it's no wonder that Ni Yang is so sensible. She has a wise and understanding mother. By the river, Ni Yang gathered her fishing trap. This time she got quite a few fish and shrimps, one of which was a grass carp weighing about 7 or 8 jin. Altogether, including the snails that Ni Yang had just picked, there were 2 buckets. As Ni Yang was resetting the trap in the river, Wang Xiuhong approached her from the other side of the riverbank. Wang Xiuhong looked at Ni Yang, who was busy with her fishing trap in the river. A smirk appeared on her face. Heh! Her chance for revenge had come. Ni Yang naturally noticed Wang Xiuhong. She immediately saw the ill intention in Wang Xiuhong's eyes. Ni Yang calmly placed the fishing trap, then walked towards the shore. Seeing Ni Yang approaching, Wang Xiuhong felt vaguely uneasy and hurriedly walked in the other direction. Stop! Ni Yang extended her hand and blocked Wang Xiuhong's path. What's the matter? Whenever Wang Xiuhong saw Ni Yang's face, she felt both hatred and fear. What she hated was that Ni Yang dared to hit her that day. What's more, she had curried favor with Yang Guobao before her. What she feared was that Ni Yang hit her once before. Now she was alone and no match for Ni Yang. Ni Yang cracked a faint smile. Why do you think I'm stopping you? Don't you have an idea in your mind? Chapter 42. Gooden with high EQ. 1. Wang Xiuhong swallowed nervously, took a step back, and stammered, what do you mean? Wang Xiuhong hadn't anticipated that Ni Yang would see through her so easily, or that Ni Yang would proactively confront her. In theory, Ni Yang, being an outsider, should have been acting more low-key. But was she? Rather than acting submissively, Ni Yang was assertive and intimidating. No one could humiliate her even in the slightest. Wang Xiuhong looked at Ni Yang, immediately meeting a pair of sharp eyes with a clear division between black and white. The depth of her eyes shimmered with the reflection of light. This gaze was unlike any of her peers, or even adults, that Wang Xiuhong had encountered before. It was pure, transparent, confident, and calm. In short, it wasn't the look one would expect in a teenage girl. Wang Xiuhong took another silent step back and nervously said, I don't understand what you're talking about. Ni Yang slightly curled her lips. It's okay if you don't understand, I can explain it again. She then leaned in close to Wang Xiuhong's ear and said in a cool tone, I don't like causing trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. We can walk our own paths without interfering with each other. That would be fine for both of us. But if you're looking for a fight, then the consequences. At this point, Ni Yang squinted slightly and a beautiful curve formed at the corner of her mouth as she said lightly, you'll have to weigh that for yourself. The voice was very serene, but it held a dangerous aura that sent chills down one's spine. The two were quite close to each other. Wang Xiuhong could even smell the faint fragrance emitting from Ni Yang's body. It was not quite bamboo or orchid, but somewhat like the scent of plum blossoms, fresh, natural, and very pleasant. Wang Xiuhong had heard that there was a 200 yuan bottle of high-end imported perfume sold at the department store in the city. Surely, the fragrance on Ni Yang must be from such a perfume. Thinking about how Ni Yang could afford a 200 yuan bottle of perfume added to Wang Xiaohong's envy and resentment. Although they were of the same age, Ni Yang was able to use a 200 yuan bottle of perfume, while she, Wang Xiuhong, had to haggle with her parents for several months just to get some pocket money, even if it were just a couple of cents. Wang Xiuhong bit her lip, the glimmer in her eyes filled with discontent. She said, "I don't understand what you're talking about," then lowered her head and scurried away. Ni Yang watched her receding figure, a slight smile playing at the corner of her lips. She had overestimated Wang Xiaohong's will to fight. It was past 2 in the afternoon, the sun was still scorching. Ni Yang, carrying 2 buckets of fish, soon developed a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. "Sister Ni Yang, let me help you." A dark-skinned, shirtless boy came running from the distance. "Gooden, why are you here? Don't you have school today?" Ni Yang said with a grin. Gooden was hopping around. "Sister Ni Yang, you're so silly, today is Sunday." He then took one of the buckets from Ni Yang. Though Gooden was young and not very tall, he was very strong. He handled the bucket of fish as if it were weightless. "Sister Ni Yang, give me the other one, too." This was Gooden's second encounter with Ni Yang, but because of their previous interaction, he had grown fond of this beautiful older sister. Ni Yang was not only beautiful but also very kind. Unlike Sister Xiuhong who, thinking herself so pretty, looked down on everyone, and loved bossing the children in the village around. Ni Yang smiled gently, declining Gooden's offer. "Thanks Gooden, but I can carry this myself." "You're still young, you shouldn't strain yourself or you might stop growing." "It's okay, Sister Ni Yang." Gooden didn't seem to mind at all. "I regularly carry water buckets at home that are twice as heavy as this." Ni Yang laughed. "Wow. Gooden, you're so strong." Gooden lifted his cute little head, boasting proudly, "Of course, apart from my brother, I'm the strongest at home." Ni Yang giggled. "By the way, Gooden, how old are you?" "I'm 10 this year, but how about you, Sister Ni Yang?" Gooden looked up at Ni Yang. "I'm 17, Ni Yang replied. Gooden continued, "So you are the same age as my brother." "He's also 17 this year. My brother is going to take his college entrance exams next year." "Sister Ni Yang, are you going to take yours?" Ni Yang answered with a smile, "Of course, I am." Chatting with Gooden along the way, they soon reached home. Gooden put the plastic bucket on the ground. "Sister Ni Yang, I'm going home now. Remember to come play when you're free," he said. Ni Yang nodded slightly, "Sure." Then, as if she just remembered something, she grabbed Gooden's hand. "Wait for me a moment, Gooden." And with that, she quickly rushed back into the house. Gooden obediently stood there, curiously looking at everything around him. Soon, Ni Yang returned, out of breath. She handed a bag of candy to Gooden. "Gooden, this is for you to eat," she said. "Thank you, Sister Ni Yang, but I can't accept it," Gooden declined. Although Gooden is young, he understood the principle of not accepting something for nothing. If he just accepted Sister Ni Yang's candy like this, she might think that he approached her with a motive. Ni Yang laughed and said, "Just take it. It's only a bag of candy, not some valuable item. Besides, we are friends, right? If you don't take it, it means that you do not want to be friends with me." Gooden quickly said, "I want to be friends with Sister Ni Yang." "Then take it," Ni Yang reaffirmed, shoving the candy back into Gooden's hand. "Thank you, Sister Ni Yang," Gooden continued. "Sister Ni Yang, can I share some of this with my other friends?" Candies were quite a rarity in those days. Children usually couldn't eat candies unless it was during the New Year. Ni Yang nodded with a smile. "Of course, you can. The candy is now yours. You can share it with whoever you want." Gooden thanked her again. "Thanks, Sister Ni Yang. I'll be going now." "Off you go," Ni Young nodded slightly. Goodbye, Sister Ni Young. Gooden waved at Ni Young and ran off. Gooden arrived at the usual spot where his friends were playing and gave each of them a piece of candy. One of his friends curiously asked, "Wow, Gooden, did your family strike it rich?" Smugly, Gooden replied, "This is given to me by Sister Ni Young, and she told me to share it with all of you. Do you guys know who Sister Ni Young is? She's the best-looking lady in our village. I'm now good friends with Sister Ni Young. Gooden is a good boy." He knew that some adults had misunderstandings about Sister Ni Young and had even defamed her. So he wanted to build up her image in front of his friends. After all, Sister Ni Young is genuinely good. He didn't want those adults to keep misunderstanding her. At his words, all his friends looked at Gooden with envy. "I know that Sister Ni Young, she's even prettier than Sister Xiaohong. Wow, Sister Ni Young is so nice. I like Sister Ni Young." "I like her too." Thanks to Gooden's endorsement, the term, Sister Ni Young, started to spread among the children. Sister Ni Young also became the most popular person among the children. Everyone knew that the new Sister Ni Young is gentle and kind. Not only is she beautiful, but also she's much softer than Sister Xiaohong, by at least 10 times. Chapter 43. The old lady has no appetite. Recently after Gooden left, Ni Young turned back to the kitchen, processed the free-range chicken she had bought from the market that day, blanched it and simmered it on low heat in a casserole. After the water came to a boil, Ni Young added the ginseng she had dug up from the mountain yesterday, followed by a few large jujubes. Soon, the small kitchen was filled with the fragrance of chicken soup. Looking at the soup simmering in the casserole, Ni Young poured the fish and shrimp from the bucket into a large basin and kept them in fresh water, planning to kill them later in the evening to make sour fish soup. Anticipating that she would catch fish from the traps, Ni Young only bought 18 fish from the vegetable market this morning. As Ni Young was busy in the kitchen, Ni Tsuhua came in carrying a child, Yang Yang. These vegetables were sent by Aunt Zhou. She said you cured her cold and wanted to thank you with these. In the corner was a pile of fresh vegetables with a bundle of homemade sticky noodles nestled in the middle. Ni Young said with a smile, "Aunt Zhou is too courteous. Mom, let's have sticky noodle tonight." "Sticky noodle?" Ni Tsuhua asked, puzzled. "What is sticky noodle?" Ni Young gave a mysterious smile. "You'll know by tonight." Ni Young was a person of strong execution. She announced that they would have sticky noodle for dinner, and immediately cut off the tail of the snails, cleaned them thoroughly, heated the wok until it was red hot, drizzled it with rapeseed oil, added 2 spoonfuls of bean paste and fried until the red oil was out. She then put in the chopped green onion, ginger, garlic, star anise, and Sichuan peppercorns and stir-fried them. After these ingredients were stir-fried to bring out their fragrance, she added the snails and stir-fried them over high heat for 5 minutes, then added water. After the water boiled, she put in the cut hog bones, simmered it on a low heat for 3 hours. By then, the broth was ready. The flavorful and aromatic broth is the essence of the whole sticky noodle. With the broth ready and early in the evening, around 5 o'clock, the chicken soup that had been simmering was also ready. Ni Young took the lid off, scooped out a large bowl of chicken soup and chicken meat and handed it to Ni Tsuhua. This ginseng chicken soup was intended to nourish Ni Qihua's body. Ni Tsuhua was currently weak and needed more nourishment. Clear chicken soup with a thick layer of yellow fat floating on top. All the chickens at this time were free-range, revered as free-range chicken in later generations. Not only was it nutritious, but it also tasted amazing. Adding a bit of salt made the soup delicious, and the chicken melt in the mouth. In the beginning, Ni Tsuhua refused to drink the chicken soup. Ni Young tricked her by telling her that she had already had some herself. Only then did Ni Tsuhua hesitantly drink it. Evening came in a blink of an eye, and it was time for Ni Chinggui to return home. Ni Young boiled a pot of water, blanched the sticky noodles, greens, and black fungus in it, scooped them out into a bowl, then poured the prepared snail broth on top and sprinkled it with spring onions and cilantro. If you liked chili, you could add a spoon of chili sauce and fragrant vinegar. A bowl of fragrantly steaming sticky noodle is then ready. As soon as Ni Yang brought the blanched noodles to the table, Ni Chingue returned. She smelled the fragrance just as she arrived at the door. Yang, what's for dinner? It smells so good. Aunt Ni is back home, we're having sticky noodle for dinner. Ni Yang replied with a radiant smile. Ni Tsuhua laughed and said, our Yang loves to make these exotic dishes. Dishes like sour fish, stewed carp with kelp and pork feet, potato mushroom soup and so on. She had never heard of these dish names before, but they were created by Ni Yang. These were clearly unconventional cooking methods, yet the taste was superb. Ni Chingue hung her bag on the coat rack and asked curiously, sticky noodle, does it have snails in it? I've never heard of sticky noodles in all these years. Sticky noodle is a signature dish from Guangyu. In fact, it existed as early as the Qing dynasty. Due to limited transportation and information channels at this time, sticky noodles were only popular locally, not being featured in snack shops on every street and alley like in later times. Ni Yang explained with a grin, sticky noodles is a specialty of Guangyu, one read about it in a book. This is my first time making it, and am not sure if it tastes good. Aunt and I, have a seat and try it. Alright, I'll try it now. Ni Chingue rolled up her sleeves, sat down and eagerly started eating the noodles. The noodles had absorbed the essence of the snail soup perfectly, and they were soft and chewy, fresh and enjoyable. The soup contained the aroma of coriander and green onions, triggering people's taste buds, to the point where one would wish to swallow their own tongue. At this point, even if someone offered Ni Chingue a bowl of bird's nest and abalone soup to exchange for these noodles, she wouldn't do it. Delicious. It's really delicious. Ni Chingue directly gave a thumbs up and lamented, Yang, whoever marries you in future would have their household's ancestral graves spewing green smoke. Sadly, she didn't have a son, otherwise, she would definitely make Ni Yang her daughter-in-law. In addition to sticky noodles, Ni Yang also made 2 stir-fried dishes. Fried shrimp with green peas and stir-fried carrots with white fungus. Green peas and shrimp had a breast enhancement effect. The combination of carrots and white fungus had the effect of nourishing the skin. Eating beauty foods every day would make anyone beautiful, even if they didn't want to be. Last night while bathing, Ni Yang noticed that her bust size had grown an entire size larger since she first arrived in Beijing. Her eyes also looked more vibrant and alive. It's not just her, the changes to Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chingue were also significant. Having prepared a large amount of rice noodles and 2 plates of stir-fry, Ni Yang was initially worried that there might be leftovers. However, it turned out she was overthinking. The large pot of rice noodles and the 2 plates of stir-fry were consumed thoroughly, even the bottoms of the plates were shining brightly, reflecting the sight of their consumers. No one would believe the fighting strength of 3 women if they did not witness it themselves. Looking at her creations being so welcoming, Ni Yang felt very gratified. On the other side of Beijing. The Mo family villa. The Mo family's old lattice appetite has not been good lately. Nothing tasted good, partly because she was worried about her granddaughter Mo Hudy, and partly because as she aged, her appetite gradually declined. Everything tasted bland to her. Was her time drawing to an end? The old lady of the Mo family sat in the living room with a face full of worry. No, she hasn't seen her granddaughter get better yet. She absolutely must not fall first. A servant came over at this moment and whispered, "Old lady, you haven't eaten all day. This is the ginseng soup the kitchen has prepared for you. You should at least drink some, or else your body won't be able to hold up." All right. The old lady of the Mo family nodded. She had just picked up the bowl and took a sip of the ginseng soup when she frowned. After a bout of nausea, she spit out the ginseng soup. "Take it away," she said, waving her hand weakly. The servant unhappily took the tray and went down. Just then, a young man in a suit and leather shoes walked in from outside. Seeing the servant, he asked in a mild tone, "What happened to grandmother? Is she not feeling well?" The servant sighed, "The old lady hasn't had much of an appetite these past few days. She can't eat anything. This is the just served ginseng soup." Young master, you must think of a solution. This man was the son of the Mo family's second daughter, Song Beicheng. In this upright and proper family, Song Beicheng was an exception. He was a businessman. And a very successful one at that. In his early 20s, he already had tens of millions in assets and was a bona fide billionaire. Hearing this, the assistant following Song Beicheng said, "Madam Wu, is the old lady not having a good appetite?" "Yes." The servant nodded. The assistant then said, "Second master, I remember that the old lady loves noodles. There's a noodle stall on Yurdist Road that makes very tasty noodles with a unique way of eating. Hundreds of people line up there every morning. How about I buy a portion for the old lady tomorrow morning? Maybe she'll regain her appetite." "It's a street stall?" Song Beicheng frowned slightly. Could the old lady who couldn't even swallow ginseng soup stomach street food? Additionally, was the food from that stall safe to eat? Is it hygienic? The assistant smiled and said, "Second master, don't judge that unassuming stall on the basis of its appearance. The prices there are not expensive, but the noodles are really delicious. I've never tasted such delicious noodles since I was a child." Song Beicheng glanced at his grandmother who was sitting listlessly on the sofa, looking pale. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to buy a portion of noodles for my grandmother to try tomorrow morning." Chapter 44. Still overcrowded. Upon hearing this, the assistant was pleasantly surprised. "It's not difficult, it's what I should do." He didn't expect the second master to take his suggestion seriously. He was extremely moved for a while. After all, when had people as high-ranking as Grandma Mo ever tasted street food? However, the taste of that roadside stall was indeed good. The noodles, the pickles, the fish slices, you would want to eat it a second time, a third time after tasting it once. He believed that Grandma would really like it. If Grandma's appetite improved because of this, he would also be credited with great merit. As an assistant, he had to share the boss' worries. Song Beicheng nodded and walked towards Grandma Mo. "Grandma Beicheng is here." Grandma Mo quickly stood up with a face full of smiles. Grandma Mo was a kind elder. She got along well with all her grandchildren. Song Beicheng helped Grandma Mo sit down. "Grandma, I heard from Mom Wu that you're not eating properly again." Grandma Mo sighed, "When you get old, your appetite isn't good. One can't eat." Song Beicheng smiled and said, "Grandma, you're not old at all. Xiaoli said that the morning market recently introduced a new way of eating noodles. It tastes very good. 111 have him buy it tomorrow morning and bring it to you." Grandma Mo waved her hand. "No need to trouble him, it would be a waste." Song Beicheng poured a glass of water for Grandma Mo. "Grandma, for Xiaodai's sake, you should at least try. You can't eat nothing, right?" Mentioning Mo Hudi, the expression on Grandma Mo's face dimmed a little. She compromised. "Okay, let Xiaoli send it to me tomorrow morning to try. In all these years, I've never heard of any new way to eat noodles." In fact, Song Beicheng didn't know what kind of magic this noodle had. But he still mysteriously said, "You'll know by tomorrow morning." Grandma Mo understood Song Beicheng's filial piety and chuckled, "Then he'll look forward to tomorrow morning." Song Beicheng chatted with Grandma Mo for a while, then went to see Mo Hudi before leaving the Mo family. Time went by quickly, and it was the next morning before they knew it. Zhu Yonghong came to the morning market half an hour earlier than usual. She had originally thought that her stall would certainly be crowded this morning, but she didn't expect it to be Ni Yang's place that was actually overcrowded. Ni Yang hadn't arrived yet, but a queue had already formed there. Zhu Yonghong gritted her teeth in anger, then put on a smile and shouted, "Meat buns are cheaper, 6 for 1 cent, 6 for 1 cent." She had prepared more than 3,000 meat buns today. Surely she would be able to make up for the money lost yesterday. Contrary to Zhu Yonghong's expectation, these people did not swarm over like yesterday when they heard 6 meat buns for 1 cent. Only 2 or 3 people came over to buy some because it was cheap. How could this be? Zhu Yonghong's heart suddenly chilled. Clearly, her business was very good yesterday. What kind of magic potion had Ni Yang fed these people? In fact, these customers were all Ni Yang's regular customers. They were used to eating sour fish noodles. Besides, most of them had tried buns yesterday. The taste of those buns was nowhere near half as good as the sour fish. Moreover, the sour fish noodles were not very expensive, only 3 cents a bowl, which included vegetables, noodles, and soup, which was a great deal. Therefore, they came early to line up today, waiting for Ni Yang to start his business. Before long, Ni Yang rode her bike over to the scene. The crowd's eyes lit up at her arrival. "Little boss, you finally came." Ni Yang smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you all waiting." A few minutes later, with the help of several customers, Ni Yang swiftly set up the tables and chairs and struck up the stove. The first customer of the day was a young man dressed in a respectable white shirt. He handed his thermos to Ni Yang and politely said, "Hello, could I trouble you for 2 portions, one to eat here and the other pack to go?" Ni Yang nodded with a smile, accepting the thermos. "Hello, that'll be 6 cents. Please take a seat over there. One will bring you the noodles shortly." Li Gongqing handed Ni Yang 6 cents, then went and sat down at an empty spot. He had seen Ni Yang more than once, but each time, this young girl would dazzle him anew. As an assistant to Song Beicheng, Li Gongqing often frequented high society events following behind Song Beicheng. He had met many prestigious ladies, but he had never seen one as beautiful as Ni Yang. Even the movie stars couldn't compare to Ni Yang. If he could marry such a beautiful wife, he wouldn't mind even if it was all just a dream. Actually, he himself wasn't lacking either. He earned a high salary of 30 yuan per month, owned a house in Beijing, and his appearance was above average. People of this era were slightly more innocent. They wouldn't dare express their feelings for the girls they liked openly. Li Gongqing wondered, should he seek a matchmaker? Whether it would work or not, he had to give it a try. While he was in deep thought, a bowl of fragrant noodles was placed in front of him. A faint voice came from above, "Please enjoy these first. As for the noodles to go, they'll prepare them for you after you finish eating here. Otherwise, the noodles will become mushy over time." What a considerate girl. Li Gongqing mused internally before looking up and replying, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Ni Yang replied and headed back to her stall to prepare more noodles. At this time, most of the customers brought their own bowls and chopsticks. Many people, due to lack of seating, ate while squatting on the ground. Some took their order back home. Zhu Yonghong saw how Ni Yang's business was booming and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He called out loudly, "Meat buns. Freshly cooked meat buns. 6 for a cent, 6 for a cent." Despite Zhu Yonghong's effort, not many were buying. Li Gongqing quickly finished his noodles and prepared to approach Ni Yang. But in front of him, a fair, clean hand appeared. It was as delicate as jade, with slender fingers and smooth skin. The round nails were neatly trimmed, like rows of tiny shells. Graceful and beautiful. It was clearly the hand of a lady of high stature. Looking at this hand, Li Gongqing felt a sense of inferiority emerging. Ni Yang placed the thermos on the table. "Here are your noodles. One, put the chili separately in a bag. If you like spicy food, you can add some when you eat." Coming to his senses, Li Gongqing blushed slightly and replied, "Thank you. I'll remember that." Ni Yang replied with a soft smile, her lips forming a radiant arch. "Oh, it's nothing serious." The smile outshone everything else. Lost in it, Li Gongqing didn't snap back to reality until he noticed Ni Yang had already returned to her stove and started bustling about with her work. Recalling his task, Li Gongqing jolted. He picked up the thermos and quickly pedaled away on his bike. Fortunately, the MO residence wasn't far away. In about 10 minutes, Li Gongqing arrived there. Lady MO, always an early riser, was sitting on the couch in the living room, drinking milk. Her expression seemed unpleasant. She seemed to be forcing herself to gulp down the milk. "Madam, good morning. I've brought the noodles." Li Gongqing respectfully handed the thermos to Lady MO. Chapter 45 Stunning Noodles. _1 Seeing Li Gongqing arrive, old lady Mo put her milk cup on the tea table, and kindly said, Xiaoli is here, take a seat. Li Gongqing responded with a smile, I won't sit, old lady. The second master has a flight to Guangguan at 10 o'clock. Today, our driver Mr. Wang is not here, and I have to take him to the airport. Eat your noodles while they are hot, they'll stick together in a bit. Guangguan? Old lady Mo frowned slightly, so far. When is he coming back? Li Gongqing continued, he just has to sign a contract and can come back the same day. Oh, old lady Mo nodded, sighing, transportation is so advanced now. It would have taken 3 to 5 days to get to Guangguan 10 years ago, but now you can go and return on the same day. It's like a dream. There's a whole distance of over 2,100 kilometers between Beijing and Guangguan. Li Gongqing scratched his head, indeed, our China is becoming more and more powerful, and it will only get better in the future. He continued, old lady, these noodles taste really good. Eat them while they are hot. Oh, there's homemade chili in it too. You can add some if you like spicy food. One have to go now, I'll come and visit you when I have time. Sure, go ahead, your work is more important. Old lady Mo said, waving her hand with a smile. After Li Gongqing left, old lady Mo sighed slightly and glanced at the insulated box. She used to like eating noodles indeed, but after a lifetime, she was fed up with them. When she considered feeding her noodles to the cat, she remembered that this was her grandson's goodwill. How heartbroken Beiqing would be if she fed it to the cat. She was a good grandmother, she couldn't do anything to hurt her grandson's feelings. With these thoughts, old lady Mo opened the insulated box. As soon as the cover was lifted, a tempting aroma rushed into her face, instantly whetting the appetite. Old lady Mo's face was full of surprise. The bowl of noodles completely exceeded her expectations. On the golden soup noodles were tender white fish slices and pickled cabbage, sprinkled with white sesame and cilantro. Just smelling it would make you salivate. Old lady Mo, who usually had a poor appetite, suddenly felt a great urge to eat. She started slurping the noodles, which fully absorbed the fresh and tangy pickled cabbage fish soup, made them irresistibly delicious. Just one taste and you'll want another, she felt like she could eat her tongue. Before long, old lady Mo was sweating profusely, her face flushed, and the strength that had previously disappeared slowly began to recover. She looked a lot more lively overall. When the maid came to deliver chicken soup, she was stunned. Was this really old lady Mo eating? Old lady? The maid looked at old lady Mo with a stunned expression. How long has it been since she last saw old lady Mo enjoying her food so much? Old lady Mo, without raising her head, said, just leave the soup there, I'll drink it later. Okay, the maid put the chicken soup on the table. When she had finished, old lady Mo gulped down the noodle soup from the thermos, looked at the maid, and said with an unsatisfied expression, Mother Wu, get me another bowl of noodles. Old lady Mo was never a foodie, but she had been conquered by these noodles. She had never known that a simple bowl of noodles could be so delicious. Despite fish being in it, there wasn't even a hint of fishy taste, the meat was incredibly tender. Only then did Mother Wu, stunned, say, Old lady, should I ask the kitchen to cook you some noodles? Only then old lady Mo realized that the noodles were bought from outside. She laughed and said, never mind, our kitchen can't make them as tasty. 111 just call Beiqing. With that, old lady Mo made the call. As soon as the call got through, old lady Mo couldn't wait to say, Beiqing, the noodles that Xiaoli delivered are so delicious. Your grandma has lived for so long but has never tasted such delicious noodles. Can you please ask Xiaoli to deliver another bowl to me? One bowl was simply not enough. Old lady Mo was still hungry, and this bowl was already empty. On the other end, Beiqing was also slightly startled, then gently said, okay, Grandma, wait a moment, I'll talk to Xiaoli now. After hanging up the phone, Beiqing couldn't help wondering, just what kind of noodles would make his picky grandma rave about them. Could the unlicensed noodles sold at the small stall really taste that good? Surely, just like children, the elderly love novelty. Perhaps, there was nothing special about these noodles, it was merely the novelty factor. Beiqing touched his temple, the corners of his mouth curled up in a helpless smile. The sunlight entered through the window, casting a light golden halo on him. Everything seemed unreal, as if in a painting. A charming gentleman, gentle as jade. That must certainly refer to the likes of Beiqing. After hanging up the phone, old lady Mo sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting Li Gongcheng's delivery of the noodles. Upon seeing this, Mother Wu, with a beaming smile, said, "Old lady, Master Zhou is truly a considerate and good boy. It's been years since I've seen you enjoy eating so much." Old lady Mo also replied with a smile, "Beiqing has always been so thoughtful." Before she could finish her sentence, the phone rang. Mother Wu quickly ran over to answer it. But as she listened, her face turned a strange shade. After hanging up the phone, old lady Mo immediately asked, "What's wrong, Mother Wu?" Mother Wu looked at old lady Mo with a complicated expression, then said, "It was young Master Zhou who called. He said the noodle stall has closed for the day, and we can only ask Xiaoli to bring it to you tomorrow morning." At this, old lady Mo looked disappointed. "Ah, is that so?" Mother Wu nodded, "That's what Master Zhou said." Then she handed over the chicken soup to old lady Mo. "Drink some chicken soup first." Old lady Mo, who had tasted the delicious pickled fish noodles, couldn't even drink half a sip of chicken soup. She waved her hand and said, "Forget the chicken soup, go get me some porridge and some pickles." "Okay." Mother Wu turned around and left. Soon, Mother Wu came back in with porridge and pickles. Because the pickled fish noodles she had before were appetizing, old lady Mo ate the porridge very deliciously. Her appetite was much better than usual, which also brightened up her spirits. After finishing the meal, the old lady went for a walk in the back garden. Old lady Mo's appetite had always been a concern for everyone in the Mo family. After all, to have a healthy body, you need to have a good appetite. Eat well, and you'll be twice as healthy. Mother Wu excitedly called everyone in the Mo family to share this news. Chapter 46. On the verge. Lni Yang closed her stall really early today. It was just 10:30, and the noodles were already sold out. In contrast, Zhu Yonghong not only had not sold half of her buns, but also had a lot of customers coming to question, why aren't today's buns as delicious as yesterday's? While Zhu Yonghong explained with a smile on her face, she was cursing in her heart, thinking, what a bunch of disgusting poor men, having the audacity to ask why the buns, sold 6 for a cent, were not as tasty as yesterday's. Are they brainless? Can they eat pork with a cent? Don't they calculate how much pork costs per pound? As for what kind of meat was in today's buns, perhaps only Zhu Yonghong knew best. Many customers expressed that they would never eat Zhu Yonghong's buns again, and some even brought back buns for refunds. Customers are not fools. When pork was replaced with something else, anyone could taste the difference. Damn Ni Yang, the little bitch. If not for Ni Yang stealing her business, she would not have stooped to such a level. Now look at the mess. Not only did she not make up for the losses from yesterday, but she also lost more money. Eiler brothers' living expenses were still pending, and her mother definitely wouldn't let her off. The more Zhu Yonghong thought about it, the angrier she became, so angry she wanted to tear Ni Yang apart. She walked up to Ni Yang, lifted her chin high, biting her lip, and her eyes seemed poisoned. The fire of jealousy was about to burn Ni Yang to ashes, and she grinded her teeth and said, "Ni Yang, you are something else." Upon hearing this, Ni Yang turned around and looked at Zhu Yonghong, giving a faint smile, "Speak in a calm tone, No, I'm excellent, thanks for the compliment." "You." Zhu Yonghong seemed to have punched cotton, so exasperated she couldn't speak, pointing at Ni Yang, You. Seeing this, Ni Yang's smile grew bigger. She took 2 steps forward, speaking with a sage-like tone, "Anger harms the liver, you're still so young, why hurt your own body? You're not young anymore, stop doing things that are not above board. You should know, the gods are watching over your head." As she said the last sentence, Ni Yang took another 2 steps forward, looking down at Zhu Yonghong with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Eiler's gaze at Zhu Yonghong was like looking at a clown. You, Zhu Yonghong was like a mute eating cactus root, having trouble speaking. She can't possibly admit to her jealousy of Ni Yang, that she had switched the pork in the buns with other meat, resulting in a failed sneaky move that benefited Ni Yang. Ni Yang couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Zhu Yonghong. She turned around, pushed her bike and walked away. Zhu Yonghong looked at Ni Yang's back, her fists clenched tightly. Wait and see, you bitch. She would not swallow this bitter pill just like that. Ni Yang took a round at the vegetable market, bought some ingredients, and then rode her bike home. It rained last night. The way back to the village was muddy and tough to walk. Plus, Ni Yang had a cart full of stuff with her, making the journey even harder. Under the circumstances, Ni Yang had no choice but to stop riding the bike and push it forward instead. At this moment, a group of children came running from afar. It's Sister Ni Yang, that's Sister Ni Yang. It's Sister Ni Yang. The children started to cheer. The cheering startled Ni Yang. When did she become so popular among the villagers? Beyond a child named Gooden, she didn't seem familiar with the other kids. But Gooden went to school today. What are these kids up to? Before Ni Yang could react, the children swarmed her. Sister Ni Yang, we've come to help you. Some of them helped Ni Yang carry things, and some helped her push the cart. The saying there is strength in numbers held true as the cart was quickly pushed out of the mire. Ni Yang didn't even have time to thank them before the children scattered again. Looking at the well-parked cart and then at the children who had already run off, Ni Yang called out, "Kids, thank you. Whenever you get the chance, come over to my house to play." Upon hearing her, one of the slightly older children turned around and smiled. "No problem, Sister Ni Yang." As soon as he finished speaking, he skipped away to catch up with his friends. The village children were like that, innocent, kind, and grateful. Ni Yang cast a soft smile at the retreating figures of the children. She thought to herself that she must find some time to express her gratitude to these children and let them know that God does not shortchange the kind-hearted. Meanwhile, Wang Meifeng was boiling traditional medicine in the kitchen. Just then, the living room door was pushed open, followed by footsteps and Yang Gobeo's voice calling, "Grandma." Typically, Zhou Suhua would respond warmly to Yang Guobao, but today was different. Zhou Suhua remained silent. "Grandma." Yang Guobao followed Zhou Suhua to the kitchen. Zhou Suhua wore a dark expression on her face, as if a storm was brewing. "Mom?" Wang Meifeng poured the boiled soup into a bowl and looked at Zhou Suhua with a perplexed expression. With a serious look on her face, Zhou Suhua said, "One need to talk to you." Once she finished, she turned and walked toward the bedroom. "Okay." Wang Meifeng left the soup on the stove and followed Zhou Suhua into the bedroom. "Mom, what do you need?" Wang Meifeng looked at Zhou Suhua's back, asking the question. "I went to see Dr. Wang today." Zhou Suhua turned around, her face devoid of any expression. She then asked, "Why did you lie to us?" Wang Meifeng's eyes flashed. "Mom, one don't understand what you're talking about." Zhou Suhua sternly said, "That medicine can't cure Gobeo's illness at all." "Comrade Wang Meifeng, what are you trying to do?" Wang Meifeng exhaled. "One wanted to try, Guobao also wanted to try." "Try?" Zhou Suhua's face was flushed with anger. "Do you know you're hurting Guobao by doing this? You're aware of what happened with Yudi. Stop giving him that medicine immediately, don't let him take those unidentified drugs again." Zhou Suhua was worried about her grandson's health. After consulting Dr. Wang, she found out that the medicine Ni Yang gave had no effect on Yang Gobeo's condition, and only had a small nourishing effect. All medicines have side effects, especially those that need to be taken for 3 months. Yang Guobao was still a child, how could his small body withstand that? Wang Meifeng wasn't helping him, she was harming him. "I am Gobeo's mother. I hope more than anyone that Guobao can enjoy a free and happy childhood like other children. Mom, I take your advice on everything, but not this." Wang Meifeng was firm in her decision. Plus, she couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but since Yang Guobao started drinking the medicine, his energy seemed to have improved. Although he had only been drinking it for 5 short days, he hadn't had a single episode during this time. As a daughter-in-law, Wang Meifeng had never opposed Zhou Suhua. Now Zhou Suhua was furious, her whole body shaking. She said sternly, "Wang Meifeng, you received a higher education. How could you be so foolish? Dr. Wang is a descendant of a royal doctor. Yang you mentioned is nothing more than an unlicensed rural doctor, yet you would rather trust her than Dr. Wang. You are playing with Gobeo's life. From today, stop feeding my grandson this medicine." Chapter 47. One day will come back in tears. Zhou Suhua's last words had an especially strong tone. Wang Meifeng had been married into the Yang family for over 7 years, during which she never argued with her mother-in-law. However, this time, both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law showed some firmness. "I'm sorry, Mom. Please forgive me, one can't listen to you this time." Wang Meifeng bowed slightly towards Zhou Suhua and began to walk towards the door. Even if there was only a 1% chance of hope, she was determined to keep feeding the medicine to Wang Guobao. She couldn't let her child's world lose its light. Ever since he started taking the medicine, Yang Gobeo's condition had been really good. He was very positive and optimistic. So this time, Wang Meifeng chose to believe in Yang and herself. "Wang Meifeng!" Zhou Suhua roared angrily, with her shoulders shaking. "Mom!" Wang Meifeng turned around calmly, looking at Zhou Suhua. "If anything does happen to Guobao, I am willing to pay with my life. Is that acceptable?" Words dropped, Wang Meifeng turned back and walked into the kitchen as if nothing had happened, beckoning Yang Guobao to come take his medicine. At this stage, Zhou Suhua was at a loss for words, so she picked up an antique vase in anger and smashed it hard onto the floor. There was a clatter as shards flew everywhere. Yang Guobao, who was drinking his medicine, was frightened and shivered. He looked helplessly at Wang Meifeng. "Mom, what's wrong with Grandma?" Wang Meifeng laughed lightly. "Perhaps the grandma is a little upset. You go cheer her up for a bit when you finish your medicine." "Okay." Yang Guobao nodded and said in a very sensible manner, "I will go after finishing my medicine." "All right." Wang Meifeng nodded with a slight smile. Just then, Zhou Suhua's voice echoed in the air. "Wang Meifeng, if anything happens to my grandson, one will never let you off." What an outrage! She was completely outrageous. Wang Meifeng simply was not fit to be a mother. She had no idea what that barefoot doctor with no reputation had given Wang Meifeng, that she had so much trust in her. Zhou Suhua was shaking with anger. Because of Wang Meifeng's stubbornness, the entire in-laws' house isolated Wang Meifeng. Her husband, Yang Changjing, was also not very willing to talk to her. Mother-in-law Zhou Suhua even threatened to fast to manipulate Wang Meifeng. With no other options, Wang Meifeng decided to take Yang Guobao to her mother's rural house to avoid further escalation of the conflict. Seeing Wang Meifeng's determination, Yang Changjing sighed in anxiety. "Meifeng, Dr. Wang is an imperial doctor. Why are you so stubborn? Gobeo's body is already frail, your going back and forth will only worsen his condition." Zhou Suhua angrily said, "Let her go. One day she'll be crying to come back begging us." On that same day, Wang Meifeng took Yang Guobao back to her mother's house in the countryside. Yang Guobao liked it there. He and Wang Meifeng said their goodbyes and he headed straight for Yang's house. Wang Meifeng initially wanted to follow, but remembering that Yang Guobao hadn't had a flare-up in several days and that a child also needs his freedom, she decided not to. Besides, Yang's house was not too far away from here. When Yang Guobao arrived, Yang was concentrating on something she was writing at the stone table under a big tree in the yard. It was a huge osmanthus tree, the leaves were very dense, blocking out the intense sun and bringing a cool breeze. In this scorching summer, sitting under the big tree was even more comfortable than sitting in an air-conditioned room. "Sister." Yang Guobao trotted up to Yang. At his words, Yang looked up in surprise. Guobao, how come you're here? Yang Guobao replied with a smile, because one missed my sister, so I came. Yang reached out and poked Yang Guobao's head, you little imp. Look at you, sweating so much. Here, have a drink. Yang poured him a cup of tea. Yang Guobao picked up the cup and drank all the tea in one go, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Thank you, sister, he said before turning his eyes towards the paper on Yang's table. Sister, what are you drawing? Yang smiled slightly, a blueprint. Blueprint? Yang Guobao stroked his chin, then said, Sister, are you in the architectural field too? My cousin often has to draw blueprints. No, Yang shook her head, it's a blueprint for an oven. An oven? Yang Guobao kept stroking his chin, is it used to bake bread? Sister, one love bread. His eyes shone enthusiastically with his last sentence. In 1983, bread was still a novelty. It was not as common and there weren't as many ways to eat it as in later generations, moreover, it was quite expensive. The common people generally didn't look forward to eating it. Its price was much higher than that of a steamed bun. One bread could buy you 10 steamed buns. Yang gave him a mysterious smile, you'll know once it's done. Yang Guobao asked with a grin, can I help sister make it? Yang reached out and touched his head, laughing, sure. Making a bread oven was neither simple nor complicated, the key was to put the heart into it. The oven had 3 layers. Heat conduction layer, clay and sand. Insulation layer, discarded glass bottles plus sawdust plus mud. Structural layer, rice straw mud ball. Yang had all the materials prepared. To build an oven, you first need to pile up bricks and rocks into a tall platform. The platform is usually hollow, to store dry wood underneath. Once the platform is built, you can start making the oven. The oven is usually semicircular but can also be shaped like small animals. This was Yang Guobao's first time engaging in such an activity. He was obviously very excited and was chattering non-stop. With an efficient little helper, Yang felt much relieved. The platform was quickly set up. Though Yang was a girl, she was not inferior to a man in physical labor. Even some men were inferior to her. Under the sun, she sat concentrating and earnestly striking rocks with a chisel. The warm sunlight dyed her with a dazzling glow, a strand of hair slipped mischievously from behind her ear, forming a sharp contrast with her fair skin. The collision of black and white was breathtakingly beautiful. Yang Guobao stood there, watching Yang for a while, before he finally exclaimed, Sister, you are so beautiful. Yang smiled lightly, struck the last brick onto the platform, poked Yang Guobao's head and said earnestly, Actually, your sister is a fairy from the heavens, do you think a fairy could not be beautiful? Yang Guobao, he almost believed her. After the platform was built, they started mixing mud. Just then, Yang Guobao suddenly smudged a bit of mud onto Yang's face, playfully saying, the fairy turned into a little kitten. Yang was no pushover. As soon as Yang Guobao was not paying attention, she swiftly smeared some mud onto his face, giggling, haha, Guobao also turned into a little kitten. Then sister is a big cat. Chapter 48 Super Delicious Bread. _1 After several busy hours, the bread oven was finally finished. About half a person high, the oven was quite large, shaped like a teddy bear's head and looking very adorable. Looking at her own handiwork, Yang nodded with satisfaction, casually picking up a twig and writing summer of 1983 on the soft teddy bear head. After thinking for a moment, Yang Guobao took the twig and added a line beside it, Sister and Guobao, and drew 2 simple little figures as well. Compared to Yang's spirited handwriting, Yang Guobao's was clearly more childlike but not ugly at all, it had its own unique beauty. After the bread oven was completed, the next step was to remove the padding inside and then start testing the oven. Taking advantage of the gap while lighting the fire, Yang brought out the flour she had prepared to rise in advance, kneaded it into balls and shaped it into loaves. About an hour later, Yang extinguished the fire in the oven, scooped out the ashes with a shovel, and after cleaning, carefully put the newly made bread in and closed the small door. Next was the step of baking the bread. Sister, will we really be able to eat bread in a while? Yang Guobao, standing on tiptoe, asked curiously. Of course we can. Yang curled her lips slightly. In fact, the principle of a bread oven is the same as an oven, it's even more handy. So how much longer do we have to wait before we can eat the bread? Yang Guobao was still standing on tiptoe, watching the bread oven without blinking, his eyes full of anticipation. Yang, patting his head with a smile, said, Don't be in a rush, it'll probably takes about 40 minutes. Upon hearing this, Yang Guobao immediately ran into the house saying, Then one will go check what time it is now. While waiting for the bread to bake, Yang began preparing dinner. Yang washed 2 ears of corn, planning to cook corn porridge for dinner to eat with the baked bread. Although corn doesn't contain much protein, it has plenty of carbohydrates and dietary fibers that can promote bowel movement, can dilate blood vessels to guard against hypertension and delay aging, and can nourish the skin. After rinsing the corn and rice, she put both in the casserole with water to boil, and soon a fragrant aroma filled the air. While the porridge was simmering, Yang prepared 3 small dishes. Sliced cucumber, stir-fried egg with chili and fried shrimp with green peas. Cucumber, known as refreshing vegetable, not only has a delicious taste but also effectively beautifies and helps in losing weight. Don't underestimate eggs, they can nourish the skin and blood in addition to their heat-relieving effects. Chili can eliminate the problem of overnight food, improve appetite, ward off bad luck, and eliminate various fishy smells and poison. And as for fried shrimp with green peas, there is no need to mention, it helps in breast enhancement. Breasts. The second most important part of a woman's body. In order to make meals more effective, Yang made a special beauty food combination recipe. Every meal combined very well. Yang as usual prepared a medicinal soup for Tsuehua. Yang Guobao was watching the fire in the stove while she went to deliver the medicinal soup to Tsuehua. Through half a month of diet therapy and medicinal therapy, Tsuehua's condition has significantly improved. Her originally pale complexion has become lighter, wrinkles around her eyes slowly disappeared and she looks much more energetic. Mom, first drink the medicine. When Auntie and I comes back, we can start the meal. Yang handed the bowl in her hand to Tsuehua. Tsuehua took the bowl, curiously asked, I just heard a lot of noise in the yard, what are you doing? Yang mysteriously said, we made something good, wait till dinner time, then you will know. Tsuehua laughed helplessly. After coming out of Tsuehua's room, Yen and Yang Guobao went together to fetch bread from the oven. Yang Guobao, holding a plate and with a face full of excitement, followed behind Yen. He sniffed like a kitten. Sister, I think I can already smell something delicious. Yen smiled faintly. Really? Yang Guobao nodded frantically. Really, really. Upon reaching the oven, Yen opened its little door. Immediately, a scent of milk pounced upon them. Inside the oven were a dozen golden-baked bread, and the fragrance was emanating from these pieces. Wow, so beautiful. Yang Guobao couldn't help exclaiming, Sister, you are really amazing. The bread crust was crispy and scrumptious, and the inside was incomparably soft. Taking a bite, it tasted crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a lingering milk fragrance in his mouth, as if his entire life had been elevated. Yang Guobao praised incessantly, so delicious, really so delicious. I've never tasted such delicious bread before. If it's good, eat more. Yen handed Yang Guobao another piece. When it was dinner time, both Chengui and Tsuehua were flabbergasted. None of them could believe that this beautiful bread was made by Yen. Yen explained with a smile that it was baked in the outdoor bread oven. Chengui exclaimed in shock, bread oven? The strange furnace outside? Yen nodded, yes, that one. Tsuehua had a sudden realization, no wonder I said there was such a commotion in the yard this afternoon. You were fixing that bread oven? Yes. Yen said with a smile. Chengui was staggered, quickly grabbed Yen's hand and asked with amazement, You made the bread oven by yourself? Yes. Ni Yen nodded slightly. Ni Chingui, clutching Ni Yan's hand, exclaimed, Yang Yang, you are so capable. Tell me, is there anything in this world that you can't do? Ni Yan's hands were delicate and soft, white as jade. No one would believe that the owner of these hands would do all sorts of heavy work, unless they saw it for themselves. Ni Yen laughed and said, Ansuehua, there are so many things in this world that I can't do. She was just doing what she knew how to. Eating crispy and soft bread, sipping sweet corn porridge, and having a few delicious side dishes, life seemed to have reached its pinnacle. Meal times became the most anticipated moments for Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chingui each day. The next day, Ni Yen continued to set up her stall to sell noodles as usual. It was still Li Gongsheng who was first in line in the morning, 3 bowls of noodles, 2 to go. Ni Yen took the money handed over by Li Gongsheng, glanced at him. She had a deep impression of this customer. Not only was he the first in line every morning, but he also always took 2 portions to go, come rain or shine. What Ni Yen didn't know was that the old lady of the Mo family had been completely obsessed with the pickled fish noodles. She felt uneasy if she didn't have 2 bowls a day. If the noodles could be kept for a long time, she would have wished to have them for every meal. The Mo family was very grateful for the pickled fish noodles. If it weren't for these pickled fish noodles, who knows what might happen to the old lady by now. The morning customers were still plentiful, and the long queue never seemed to shorten. Zhu Yonghong's buns were still selling at 6 for a cent, and although the business wasn't doing particularly well, her mood was excellent in the morning. She hummed tunes and sneak peeks towards Ni Yan's direction every now and then. Wait and see, little bitch, after this morning, no one will compete with her for business ever again. Thinking of this, a smug smile tugged at the corner of Zhu Yonghong's mouth. Chapter 49 Ingeniously Solve I, Here are your noodles. Ni Yang served the steaming noodles to a tableful of customers with a friendly smile on her face. Just then, a violent thump echoed from the neighboring table. Boss. Can you come here? Ni Yang slightly furrowed her brows and turned around in confusion. She smiled and asked, How may first assist you? The table was occupied by 2 stocky, frowning, and fierce-looking men who seemed to be troublemakers. Ni Yang could predict how things were going to unfold. Having spent many years in the restaurant industry in her previous life, she had encountered all sorts of people and situations. Look at this. One of the men stood up and slapped the table, glaring at Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked down to find a fly floating in the golden noodle soup. That was disgusting. The other burly man also got up abruptly and loudly shouted out, Everyone, come look first. This deceitful seller is making money off us, and we even found a fly in our noodles. Suppose we got sick, whose fault would that be? On hearing this, the other patrons instantly became restless and gathered around. They started throwing accusations, disgusting. There's a fly. This is incredibly unhygienic. Boss, you need to have a conscience to do business. How could you serve us such food? Refund. We want a refund. The customers crowded around Ni Yang, demanding refunds. The anger in the room was palpable. Thankfully, Ni Yang was a young woman, which probably prevented things from escalating to physical violence. After all, finding a fly in a bowl of noodles was a serious health hazard. Everyone, please settle down, Ni Yang calmly addressed the crowd. Her face was free of stress, a faint smile played around her lips. She looked at everyone calmly, displaying an air of authority that was hard to resist. Miraculously, the crowd fell silent and turned their attention to her. Zhu Yonghong folded her arms, watching the unfolding drama with anticipation. She wanted to see how Ni Yang would get herself out of this situation. There was a fly in the noodles. Even smooth talk wouldn't quell the crowd's anger. As Ni Yang looked at the crowd, she opened her mouth to speak. Everyone, rest assured. I, Ni Yang, would never dishonor my conscience. I will bring clarity to this matter and provide a satisfactory explanation. One of the stocky men walked out and said sarcastically, "Hm. You've never dishonored your conscience? Your words sound even better than singing. But my brother and I found a fly in our food. What is your explanation? Today, unless you eat that fly yourself, this matter won't be settled. Yes. We insist that this deceitful seller eats the fly herself, voices from the crowd echoed. Eat it up. Eat it up, others chimed in fervently. Watching all this, Zhu Yonghong's smirk deepened. Despicable woman, you're finally getting your dues. You won't be so arrogant now. Ni Yang seemed unfazed. She casually raised her hands in a manner that exhibited great authority, immediately bringing quiet to the crowd once more. If this fly had actually fallen into the noodles due to my negligence, then you are right to ask me to eat it, and I wouldn't object. But it's clear someone dropped it into the soup on purpose, to stir up trouble. I, Ni Yang, am not a pushover. Her tone was light but decisive, cutting convincingly into every ear present. With just one sentence, she captured the heart of the matter. The crowd exchanged perplexed looks. Wasn't it strange? They had been eating Ni Yang's noodles for a long time. Nobody had ever found a fly or even a single hair in their bowls. How come only these two men had found a fly? With that in mind, they all turned their gaze on the two stout men. The men's eyes flickered with disbelief. They had not expected Ni Yang to respond so calmly and then to bring up such a point. In their eyes, Ni Yang was just a naive young woman, pretty but not particularly special. They thought she'd get flustered in such a situation. Rather, Ni Yang was more composed than one would expect of an adult. This was indeed strange. They had done similar things to other vendors. Most had chosen to keep the peace, secretly giving them money and begging them not to make a scene. Why hadn't it worked on Ni Yang? No, they had to tarnish Ni Yang's reputation today, or they would lose face. Resolute, one of the men angrily glared at Ni Yang. Are you accusing us of deliberately bringing the fly to frame you? Isn't it? Ni Yang replied, her eyebrows twitching defiantly. This incensed the other man, who immediately fumed. What a load of bullshit. Why the hell would I frame you? If you don't explain yourself today, it'll wreck your stall. You won't be able to conduct business again in your life. Ni Yang gently rested her hand on the table. As if by magic, the man wasn't able to move the table an inch, regardless of how hard he tried. The burly man glanced at Ni Yang and nervously swallowed, perplexed. Did such a skinny young woman possess such strength? Was it an illusion? Ni Yang stood her ground, one hand resting on the table while the other picked up a pair of chopsticks. She squashed the fly in the broth and addressed the crowd. Everyone, watch closely. This is an intact fly. If it had fallen into the noodles while I was cooking, it would have been boiled to mush by now. Its body wouldn't have remained so intact. Also, the fly's wings are dry and haven't touched the soup. This means someone must have recently dropped it into the bowl. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to inspect it yourself to see if what I've said makes sense. Ni Yang spoke logically and convincingly, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing her, the crowd huddled around Ni Yang, murmuring among themselves. The boss is right, the back of the fly is indeed dry. She makes sense, she makes sense. I'm sorry, boss, my earlier words might have been a bit harsh. It's all because of those two. If they hadn't caused trouble, we wouldn't have acted so. Chapter 50. She did it. _1 The two hefty men never anticipated things would escalate to this point. They were both beginning to perspire out of fear, and after glancing at each other, they saw a mutual understanding. Seizing the opportunity when the crowd wasn't paying attention, they took a few steps back in preparation to sneak away. Just as they were gearing up to make their escape, they felt a pale, delicate hand rest on each of their shoulders. The hand was barely pressing against them, but only these two hefty men knew how much force was actually being applied. Thinking of running? It's not that easy. Ni Yang raised an eyebrow at the two men, her tone light. Don't let them get away. Catch them. The crowd immediately helped Ni Yang restrain the two hefty men. Some even unbuckled their belts to aid in tying the men up. "Bastards, we almost wronged our little boss because of you," someone in the crowd kicked one of the hefty men forcefully. "Exactly. Thank goodness our little boss is so discerning." Framing the little boss didn't matter, the important thing was they might not get to enjoy such delicious noodles in the future. People like these should spend their time reflecting behind bars. "I'm going to call the police." During this severe crackdown, such deliberate provocations were deemed hooligan behavior and are punishable by law. Moreover, this disgraceful label would follow them around for a lifetime, directly impacting their families as well. Hearing this, the two hefty men panicked immediately and pleaded, "Don't call the police, we beg you all not to call the police. We promise we won't do it again. Really, we won't dare. Please give us a second chance to be better people." The hefty men were nothing like the ferocious individuals they were. People like these should spend their time reflecting behind bars. "I'm going to call the police." During this severe crackdown, such deliberate provocations were deemed hooligan behavior and are punishable by law. Moreover, this disgraceful label would follow them around for a lifetime, directly impacting their families as well. Hearing this, the two hefty men panicked immediately and pleaded, "Don't call the police, we beg you all not to call the police. We promise we won't do it again. Really, we won't dare. Please give us a second chance to be better people." The hefty men were nothing like the ferocious individuals they were men. Initially, they thought Anna Young was bound to bite the bullet. No one expected her to fight back so beautifully. It's fair to say that this incident had completely changed the vendor's opinion of the delicate young girl. She accomplished what the adults could not. Zhu Yonghong never anticipated things would turn out this way. Her face turned pale white on the spot and her legs began to tremble. What now? What now? These two idiots will definitely give her away. Anna Young, this little slut, where did she come from? Even this wasn't enough to take her down. Hoping that those two idiots wouldn't rat her out, Zhu Yonghong was praying in her heart. Cold sweat formed on her forehead and spine. The police arrived quickly, taking the two hefty men back to the police station. Anna Young and the other vendors, as victims and witnesses, had to go along as well. Thankfully, Anna Young didn't have much noodle soup left to sell. After hastily packing her stall, she went to the police station along with the others. At the station, the whole incident was confessed by the two hefty men. As it turned out, Zhu Yonghong, the bun seller, was the mastermind behind everything. Learning about the truth, the other vendors couldn't help but lament. Who would have thought that young Zhu Yonghong was this kind of person? TSK. She looks decent, but she carries out actions that are inhumane. I knew from the look of that mother and daughter that they were no simple figures. How could we have such people on our street? Now that the truth surfaced, Zhu Yonghong was destined to pay for her crimes behind bars. When the police arrived at Zhu's house, Zhu Yonghong was having dinner. She had held a ray of hope deep down. The moment she saw the police, she was so scared that she dropped her chopsticks. By the time Anna Young left the police station, it was already 12:30 in the afternoon. Outside, a gentle breeze was blowing, and the sun was just right. Seeing such dazzling sunlight, Anna Yang's mood lifted. Shielding her eyes with her hand, she looked up at the sun, a slight curve blooming on her lips. It feels wonderful to be young. Just like this, Anna Young gazed at the sun, feeling a wave of unprecedented ease. The moment Mo Baichuan stepped into the courtyard of the police station, he was captivated by the scene before him. The person in the sunlight was smiling faintly, radiant as a summer flower, bathed in golden light. A gentle breeze blew, causing her hair to dance in the air, forming a perfect curve. It was indeed a stunning scene as if depicted in a painting. The person seemed familiar. Mo Baichuan slightly narrowed his eyes. His deep phoenix eyes were filled with darkness, his lips almost drawn into a thin line. The aura around him instantly turned cold. He remembered. This was Mu Yang. The same little rural girl who had saved him, and then conveniently stole his watch. Such a good-looking face, he wouldn't forget. The young girl was so pretty, it was puzzling why she had to resort to stealing. What a waste of a beautiful face. Furthermore, had she seen him? If she had seen him, why would she act so indifferent? Was it a tactic of playing hard to get? However, according to Li Xiangxian's investigation, Mu Yang was already married. Since she was already married, why play hard to get? Couldn't she behave more modestly? Also, why did she steal his watch? For a moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through Mo Baichuan's mind. Just then, his assistant reminded him, "Mr. Mo, it's time for our meeting with Mr. Lin." Mo Baichuan replied, still exuding an awe-inspiring demeanor, "Let's go in." At that moment, Ni Yang was also heading towards the door. The two of them brushed past each other. Amid the gentle breeze, Mo Baichuan took a soft sniff. It seemed he detected a pleasant scent. Faint, a bit like bamboo, yet not like orchids, but with a slight hint of plum. Mo Baichuan thought that Ni Yang would recognize him when they brushed past each other. After all, he had once promised Ni Yang that she could come to Beijing to find him when in difficulty. Therefore, her purpose of coming to Beijing must be because of him. However, things didn't go quite as Mo Baichuan expected. Not only did Ni Yang fail to recognize him, but she didn't even spare him an extra glance. Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Ni Yang's business had been thriving for these 3 days. Today, it had been raining continuously since morning. After selling off all the noodles, Ni Yang rushed home. Rainy days were perfect for lounging at home and watching TV while munching on some sunflower seeds. But considering she hadn't yet managed to buy a TV, Ni Yang had to scrap that plan. Ni Yang went to the kitchen, kneaded some dough, sliced some tomatoes, apples, and bananas, and lit the oven to prepare to bake some bread and dried fruit as snacks. Just as she finished preparations, Yang Guobao, hand in hand with Gooden, came in from outside with a smile. Sister Ni Yang. Chapter 51. Hosting a party. The stylish famous doctor from Jiangnan. Guobao, Gooden, you came. Ni Yang turned around and smiled. Through spending several days with Ni Yang, little Yang Guobao has made his second friend in Jinghua village, Gooden. Both of them are about the same age and they get along very well. Seeing these two little ones, Ni Yang thought of the other children who had helped her at the entrance of the village last time, so she asked Yang Guobao, "Guobao, do you want to make more friends?" "Yes." Yang Guobao nodded. Ni Yang nodded, "Good." Then she turned to Gooden and said, "Gooden, can you go to the village and call the other kids to come over and play? Just tell them Sister Ni Yang is having a party at home." "A ladder?" Gooden looked at Ni Yang in confusion. "What do you mean, climbing a ladder? Are there any ladders here?" Yang Guobao corrected, laughing, It's not a climbing ladder, it's a party. It means a get-together. Sister is going to host a party at home, Gooden, you better go call people." "Oh." Gooden nodded in a somewhat understanding way, "All right, I'll go now." Even though he had never participated in a party and didn't know the real meaning of it, he still ran out quickly. Taking advantage of Gooden's absence, Ni Yang quickly cleared the fire in the bread kiln and started baking the bread and sliced fruits. Yang Guobao curiously asked, "Sister, can fruit be baked too?" Ni Yang smiled and nodded. After the fruit is baked, it becomes crispy dried fruit, which tastes very good. Having tasted the cake made by Ni Yang, Yang Guobao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. In no time, Gooden brought the kids from the village to the Ni family's home. "Hello, Sister Ni Yang." Everyone greeted her very politely. When he suddenly saw so many people, Yang Guobao was a little scared. After all, he had always lived under the care of his parents and grandparents. He immediately hid behind Ni Yang, revealing only his fluffy little head. Ni Yang rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, say hello to everyone." Gooden directly grabbed Yang Guobao's hand and pulled him in front of everyone, introducing enthusiastically, "This is Penghu, this is Xiaohua, this is Xiaoming, this is Tai Dan, this is Guochang." Everyone gave Yang Guobao friendly smiles. Normally, these children would be too scared to interact with Yang Guobao because of their parents' advice. After all, in their eyes, Yang Guobao was a sickly boy. However, on the way here, they were persuaded by Gooden, and now they no longer looked at Yang Guobao with any sort of disdain. Gradually, Yang Guobao was no longer shy, and quickly mingled with everyone, frolicking in the yard. Watching the yard filled with boisterous children, Enai Yang's eyes shone with a little starlight, and her eyes curved into half-moons, bright and dazzling. After a while, Enai Yang brought out the baked bread and sliced fruits, placed them on the stone table in the yard, and called out, "Gooden, Guobao, bring everyone over to eat." All the children gathered around Enai Yang, looking at the golden baked bread and beautiful dried fruit, their eyes filled with desire. Children of the 80s rarely ate snacks, and some had never even seen bread. However, faced with the delicious bread and dried fruit, the children didn't scramble for it. They were very polite and courteous to each other. Although these kids grew up in the countryside, they had all the required manners and etiquette. "Sister Enai Yang, you're amazing. Wow, so delicious. Thank you, Sister Enai Yang." After finishing the food, Enai Yang took out a ball of fermented dough and let the children D1Y it into any shape they liked, and then bake it in the bread kiln. The children's creativity and manual skills were very good, and before long, they had shaped the dough into various small animal shapes. "Look, I made a sister." Yang Guobao excitedly held up his bread dough figure. "This doesn't look like Sister Enai Yang, mine does." Xiaohua took out her bread dough figure. "No. Mine looks more like her." Gooden also brought out his dough figure. The yard was filled with laughter and lively chatter. Enai Tsuhua also came out carrying Enai Yun to join in the fun. "Mom, take this bread." Enai Yang handed a piece of toasted bread to Enai Tsuhua. Enai Tsuhua replied with a smile, "I'm not hungry right now, you can take it and give it to the children." Just observing these innocent children, even if she did nothing, it would lift her spirits. "Auntie Hua, are you holding a little brother or little sister in your arms?" Penghu and Tai Dan curiously tiptoed to get a better look at the child in Enai Kuihua's arms. Enai Tsuhua bent halfway down to look directly at the children and said with a smile, "This is a little sister, named Enai Yun. You can call her Yun Yun." Penghu carefully asked, "Auntie Hua, can I touch her?" Enai Tsuhua nodded, "Of course you can." Penghu extended his chubby little finger and lightly poked Enai Yun's cheek. Whether by chance or not, Enai Yun burst out laughing at that moment. Penghu and Tai Dan jumped up in excitement. She's smiling, she's smiling." Meanwhile, the Mo family villa area. Mo Baichuan, rushing back to the Mo family residence as soon as he was released from the police station, didn't even bother to change his uniform. The elderly Madame Mo anxiously sat on the sofa waiting for him. The last time she met her grandson was during New Year's. Life at the base is busier than other places, the higher your position the busier you are. With Baichuan being so busy, Madame Mo could barely remember what her eldest grandson looked like. As soon as Mo Baichuan stepped through the front door, he was immediately hugged by Madame Mo, "Chuan Chuan. My oldest grandson. Granny has missed you so much." "Granny." Mo Baichuan also reached out and hugged Madame Mo. The sight of a grandmother and her grandson embracing each other was incredibly heartwarming. Mo Baichuan, helping Madame Mo to the couch, said, "Granny, how have you been feeling lately? A while ago I heard from Madame Wu that you haven't had much of an appetite." Madame Mo replied, "I'm okay now, but it's all thanks to Beicheng. If it weren't for him sending me pickled vegetable noodles every morning, I'd probably have starved to death." Her words about starving were far from an exaggeration. The time when Madame Mo lost her appetite, she couldn't eat anything at all. She's 89 years old now, and even the slightest discomfort could directly jeopardize her life. Mo Baichuan continued, "Beicheng is thoughtful, and am grateful for his care while I was away." Madame Mo gripped Mo Baichuan's hand tightly. "You all are good kids who respect your elders. By the way, how has Xiao Dai been doing lately?" Mo Baichuan asked. Mo Hudi's illness was nearly incurable. At the mention of this, Madame Mo's expression darkened. Still the same, Mo Baichuan continued. Didn't we hear about a famous doctor from Jiangnan who may be able to cure Xiao Dai's illness? Madame Mo sighed. We did send someone to invite him, but the doctor has a high-status ego and flat-out refuses to treat anyone with the surname Mo or Yang. One have no idea how our two families managed to offend him. How could this happen? Mo Baichuan frowned. Suddenly, Madame Mo seemed to remember something. That's right, Chuan. That Jiangnan doctor was recommended by Xian. If you have time, ask Xian about it. Maybe she can persuade the doctor to come. Mo Baichuan nodded. Madame Mo sighed. Xian is so considerate, remembering Xiao Dai's illness. If that doctor from Jiangnan can indeed cure Xiao Dai, then Xian will truly be our family's benefactor. Just then, Song Beiqing, dressed in a tailored suit, walked in through the door. Mo Baichuan immediately rose from the sofa, walked towards him with a rare smile on his dignified face, and opened his arms slightly. Beiqing. Song Beiqing hugged Mo Baichuan. Third brother, welcome back. The two embraced tightly. One was in a sharp uniform, the other in a well-tailored suit. The former was rebellious and cold, emitting an intimidating aura of an elite. The latter, standing tall, his eyes gleamed like stars, radiating an aura of a scholar. Both standing together, even without doing anything, were a sight for sore eyes, outshining the pretty boys on the silver screen. Moreover, the two brothers, just 1 year apart, have shared a deep bond from childhood, even better than that of biological brothers in other families. Chapter 52. Please come back. First update. The ages of the pair of cousins were only 1 year apart. They loved each other deeply from childhood and were closer than most siblings. Third brother, are you going to stay at home a little longer this time, to spend more time with our grandmother? Song Beiqing spoke lightly. Coach Mo's eyes were also filled with anticipation as she looked at Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan knitted his brows slightly. I might not be able to. I came with duties this time. I will have to go back the day after tomorrow. Coach Mo was surprised for a moment. Ah? So soon? Then, she added regretfully, I was planning to get you to meet the Zhou family's daughter tomorrow. Mo Baichuan was quite old, but he hadn't even held a girl's hand yet. Coach Mo was really anxious. Every day, she thought about arranging a blind date for Mo Baichuan, but to her disappointment, he was always too busy. Hearing this, the memory of a beautiful face appeared in Mo Baichuan's mind. He fist-bumped his lips to disguise his embarrassment and said seriously, I'm still young, there's no rush. You are already 26. Still young? Coach Mo couldn't help but feel anxious. When your grandmother was at your age, your aunt was already running around. I don't care, you must meet the Zhou family's young lady tomorrow. I'm telling you, not only is she a beauty, but she's also a top-grade student who studied abroad. Anyways, your grandmother is very satisfied. The person that Coach Mo really liked was Li Xianxian. But Mo Baichuan had no interest in Li Xianxian at all. With no other choice, Coach Mo had to introduce other girls to Mo Baichuan, as a backup plan. Mo Baichuan pulled Song Beiqing to his side as to take the bullet for him. Beiqing is only a few months younger than me, isn't he also a bachelor? Song Beiqing mercilessly added, I only just broke up with my girlfriend. Unlike you, a perennial bachelor, who has not even held a girl's hand before. Coach Mo nodded in agreement. What Beiqing said is right. He doesn't have a girlfriend because he hasn't found the right person yet, which is not like your case. Speaking of this, Coach Mo looked at Mo Baichuan, then continued, Tell me, what do you think about the little lady Xianxian? When Li Xianxian was mentioned, Mo Baichuan said casually, nothing special. Granny, please tell Grandpa not to pair me with any more random people. Upon hearing this, Coach Mo's expression changed. What do you mean by random people? Xianxian is not a random person, she's a savior of our family. It's okay if you don't like her, these things take time. Plus, I've already arranged a meeting for you with the young lady from Zhou family. Tomorrow morning, you'll meet her at the cafe at the intersection of West Street. She's an overseas student, so when you go, it would be best if you bring a bouquet of flowers. Anyway, you have not yet fallen for Xian Xian, so it's no problem meeting other girls. The expression on Mo Baichuan's face changed as he tried to change the topic. Beicheng, I heard that these days you have people deliver a very delicious type of noodle to grandma every morning. Is that right? Song Beicheng understood the meaning behind his cousin's words and cooperated. Yes, a couple days ago Granny lost her appetite. It was thanks to those noodles that she ate something. Coach Mo frowned. Mo Baichuan, you are not allowed to change the subject. She thought she was an easy target because she's old? Mo Baichuan pretended not to understand Coach Mo's words and continued, it is such a hassle to have somebody go and buy it every morning. Why not have the noodle maker come to our house and hire him as our personal chef? Besides, eating noodles all the time might be boring and not nutritious enough. If we invite the chef to our house, he would not only be able to make fresh noodles for my grandma, but he could also cook her other dishes. If he's able to make such delicious noodles, his cooking skills must also be top tier. Upon hearing this, Coach Mo, who was very angry earlier, lit up instantly. She nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Chuan is right. She really loved those noodles. She wished she could eat them for every meal, and what Mo Baichuan said also made sense. If the chef's noodles were that delicious, his other dishes must be good too. Coach Mo was already eager to taste the dishes the chef would make. Neither of them expected Mo Baichuan to change the topic so easily and to make Coach Mo so happy. Song Beicheng had nothing but admiration for Mo Baichuan. Song Beicheng laughed, okay Granny, first thing in the morning, I'll have Xiaoli go and take care of it. Coach Mo nodded in agreement, then said, all right, then have Xiaoli explain it to him properly. That chef's handiwork is really exceptional, we can offer a higher salary than a conventional one. Yes, of course. Song Beicheng answered. Seeing the conversation was about to circle back around to the blind date, Mo Baichuan stood up from the sofa and said, I'll go upstairs and check on Xiaodai. Mentioning Mo Hudi, a hint of melancholy appeared on Coach Mo's face. I'll also go take a look. Song Beicheng also went upstairs with her. Upstairs, Mo Hudi's condition wasn't good at all. Her little face was as pale as a sheet. The 14-year-old girl looked much smaller than her peers. Chuan brother, Beicheng brother. Seeing Beicheng and Mo Baichuan coming in, the little girl struggled to get up from the bed. Chapter 53 Don't Let You Go. Updated twice, _1 Mo Baichuan rushed over in large strides, lifted Mo Hudi up, and placed a pillow under her waist. Xiaodai, how are you feeling recently? Do you have any food cravings? Brother Baichuan will go and buy it for you. A faint, pale smile appeared at the corner of Mo Hudi's mouth. Brother Baichuan, I'm doing much better, don't worry. Sincere her childhood, Mo Hudi had always been considerate. Despite suffering from a serious illness, she had never complained about the pain and never shed tears. She silently endured the torment of her illness without causing trouble for those around her. Her understanding nature made people deeply concerned about her. Grandmother Mo turned around and quietly wiped away her tears. Just like performing a magic trick, Song Beicheng took out a small toy from behind him. Xiaodai, guess what is this? Mo Hudi's eyes lit up. Is it a small frog? Right, it's a little frog. Song Beicheng wound up the clockwork, placed the tin frog on a table nearby, and the frog started jumping around. Mo Hudi kept staring at the green tin frog with eyes full of longing. She wondered when she would be able to run around freely like that frog. She had almost forgotten what the outside world was like. In a moment, Mo Hudi turned her gaze towards Grandmother Mo's back. Granny. Grandmother Mo quickly dried her tears, put on a smile, pretending that nothing had happened, and turned around. What's wrong, Xiaodai? Mo Hudi then said, why hasn't Guobao come to see me these days? Due to their shared suffering from illness, young Guobao was Mo Hudi's best friend and they talked about everything. Grandmother Mo hesitated and then said, Xiaodai, prepare yourself mentally, you may not see Guobao for a while. Mo Hudi was startled. Why? Grandmother Mo sighed and told her about Yang Gobao's situation. Upon hearing this, Song Beicheng frowned and said, if that's the case, young Changjing is being reckless. After all, Guobao is his son. How could he let a woman run rampant? If anything goes wrong, it'll be too late for regrets. Mo Baichuan said, God sent divine doctors from among ordinary people. What if that person really cures Yang Guobao? Even though Dr. Wang is an imperial doctor, it doesn't mean he can do everything. After all, there are always people better than us, and there is always a higher sky above the one we see. Grandmother Mo added, but I heard from Gobeo's grandmother that the barefoot doctor who claimed to be able to cure Guobao is a 17-year-old girl. How many 17-year-old divine doctors have you seen? Even the divine Dr. Hua Tuo only became famous in his 30s. I think she's probably a fraud. And to think that Wang Meifeng is a college student. How could a college student make such a mistake? With a sigh, Grandmother Mo continued, poor Guobao. I hope Wang Meifeng realizes her mistake soon, brings Guobao back before it's too late, and doesn't let any accident happen. The Yang family was also very worried. Yang Changjing has been wanting to go to Jinghua village to bring back mother and son, Wang Meifeng and Yang Guobao. But this idea was obstructed by Zhou Suhua. People like Wang Meifeng should suffer a bit more, otherwise she will never know her mistakes. You are not allowed to go and pick her up. I want her to come back and beg us on her knees. Zhou Suhua said angrily. Yang Changjing frowned. Mom, it's been almost a month. Meifeng didn't even bring any medicine for Guobao. Guobao needs to take his medication every 2 weeks. I am worried about his health. Anyway, you are not allowed to go. Zhou Suhua insisted. Wang Meifeng is an adult. If something happens to Guobao, she should pay for her actions. Yang Changjing was distressed, but Guobao, Zhou Suhua continued, if Wang Meifeng can't take it anymore, she will come back to beg us. If you go and bring her back this time, next time, won't Wang Meifeng take advantage of me, her mother-in-law? A daughter-in-law should know her place. Zhou Suhua would never allow Wang Meifeng to challenge her authority as a mother-in-law. Seeing his mother behave like this, Yang Changjing sighed helplessly and decided to follow his mother's suggestion. He hoped Wang Meifeng would realize her mistake sooner and bring Yang Guobao back. In the Ni family's house. Ni Yang got along well with the children of the village that day. From then on, every time the children heard the adults discussing anything unfavorable about Ni Yang, they would immediately defend her. Never underestimate the power of kids. Through their efforts, the village undoubtedly had fewer rumors about Ni Tsuehua and her daughter, Ni Yang. Even children liked them, they couldn't be bad people. The next day, Ni Yang set up her stall as usual. At the same time, it was also her first morning selling homemade pickled vegetables. As usual, Li Gongqing was the first in line. After paying, he thought for a moment before asking, young boss, what time do you usually close your stall? Ni Yang looked at him strangely, around 11:30, do you need anything? Li Gongqing averted his gaze, feeling a little awkward. He then said, can you wait for me to come after 11 o'clock? If Ni Yang really agrees to become a chef at the Mo family, then he won't have many opportunities to see her anymore. Due to his selfishness, Li Gongqing hoped Ni Yang would refuse. Ni Yang nodded slightly, all right. One's appearance mirrors one's heart, and Ni Yang could see Li Gongqing wasn't a bad person, so she didn't refuse him. Maybe he really needed something from her. The customers responded well to the new pickles. Almost everyone said that this morning's pickled vegetable noodles tasted even better than a few days ago. It was almost noon by 11:30. Ni Yang officially closed her stall. At the same time, Li Gongqing came cycling from a distance. Panting heavily, he ran to Ni Yang. I'm sorry for being late, young boss. Ni Yang smiled lightly, no problem. I just started to pack up. Please take a seat. All right. Li Gongqing sat in front of Ni Yang. Facing Ni Yang, Li Gongqing was so nervous that his hands were sweating. He didn't know where to put them. Ni Yang broke the silence first. Did you want to discuss something with me? This made Li Gongqing look up at Ni Yang. He nodded and said, yes, my name is Li Gongqing. I came over to discuss something with you. Chapter 54 Loss of Superiority, Second Update. Lu Wei looked at Ni Yang, surprised. You know English? Ni Yang replied nonchalantly, one learned a little before. Ni Yang's company had gone international in her previous life. How could she not know some English? And in her past life, she had graduated from a 211 university. But Lu Wei was shocked. Because in his heart, aside from being beautiful, Ni Yang had nothing else going for her. After all, Ni Yang was just a simple village girl from the countryside, while he was an intellectual. How could Ni Yang possibly know English? And she spoke so well, could it be a fluke? Preserving this line of thought, Lu Wei continued, then can you come over and see if there's any difference between these two words? Ni Yang walked over, looked at the words Lu Wei was pointing out, then said, this one is pronounced admiring. One, although it and admirable are both adjectives, the former refers to things or people that inspire admiration, often serving as a predicate or a descriptive word. The latter means worthy of admiration and can be used to describe things or people, primarily as an attribute. Her tone was gentle, pure, and measured, like breezes in April, pleasing to the heart and delightful to the mind. After Ni Yang explained, Lu Wei was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, Ni Yang, what's your educational background? I have a junior high school education, Ni Yang replied calmly. I just passed high school last year, but for some reasons, one didn't go. She learned English in junior high. Lu Wei furrowed his brows. What was happening? Or, did Ni Yang just happen to know these two English words? And even if Ni Yang had indeed studied, she was a junior high school student, she couldn't possibly know more than he, a high school student. He was an excellent student and the class monitor. How could he be worse than a junior high school student? Thinking of this, Lu Wei's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He felt quite uncomfortable. Ni Yang didn't have time to guess what a teenager in puberty was thinking. She continued, I've put the things away, I'm leaving first. Okay. Lu Wei came back to his senses, waving at Ni Yang, goodbye. Goodbye. Lu Wei watched Ni Yang's departing figure and quietly clenched his fists. No matter. Even if Ni Yang's English was really good, she was still just a junior high school graduate. He's going to college in the future and becoming a college student. How could Ni Yang, a junior high school student, compare to himself, a future college student? And Ni Yang was still a country bumpkin. Even if he ended up with her in the future, she would be the one reaching up. Today was the day Ni Tsuehua completed her first month postpartum, so Ni Yang went to the vegetable market and bought a lot of vegetables, planning to celebrate at home tonight. Additionally, Ni Yang bought over 100 pounds of pak choy to make sour cabbage. She now used almost 15 pounds of sour cabbage every day, so she needed to stock up more, or else green vegetables would increase in price when winter comes, and the taste of the sour cabbage made in summer is more pure and tangy. On the way back, Ni Yang ran into many villagers. She clearly felt that the villagers' attitudes towards her were much friendlier than before, and their smiles now seemed more genuine. When Ni Yang got home, she cleaned and pickled the pak choy, then went to the river to catch fish, picked up some river snails, and then went home to prepare dinner. Ni Yang bought pork ribs, pig's feet, free-range chicken, tofu, cucumber, lettuce, and many other vegetables today, enough for several days without having to buy more. Ni Tsuehua chuckled, it's not a big day, there's no need to prepare so much food. Ni Yang fed the broken lettuce leaves to the little rabbits. You finished your sitting month, and my little sister is 1 month old today. Isn't it a major event? One will prepare a few more dishes tonight to celebrate fully. Over the past month, the little rabbits had grown much fatter. They hopped around each day, adding a lot more vitality to the yard. Ni Tsuehua continued, actually, there's no need to waste money. It isn't easy for you to earn money from your business. Ni Yang grabbed Ni Tsuehua's hand, looked at her and said, Mom, we have money now, you don't have to be like before, things will only get better from now on. In fact, Ni Tsuehua had changed a lot over the past month, not only in terms of personality, but also appearance and figure. Her skin had become much fairer, the wrinkled es around her eyes had lightened, her chest had become firmer, and the skin on her face had clearly tightened a lot. Compared to a month ago, Enrich seemed like a different person. At these words, Enrich nodded, a warm light gleaming in her eyes. She knew how much it took for a mother and daughter to get to where they were today. Especially Enrich. Just a 17-year-old girl, shouldering all the burdens alone. From now on, she, as a mother, must become strong and absolutely not hold her daughter back. Enrich prepared a lot of sumptuous dishes that evening. There were roasted pig's feet, chicken mushroom stew, sweet and sour pork ribs, pig's feet and kelp braised carp, mapo tofu and stir-fried cucumber with chili. The main course was ear fungus jujube porridge and toasted bread. All these dishes were prepared by Enrich based on the Buddhist needs. Not only were they delicious and nutritious, they were also detoxifying and beautifying. Especially the ear fungus jujube porridge, it was beneficial for freckle removal. She didn't have freckles on her face, but this dish was preventive, and it seemed that Enrich had a few light freckles on her face. Not only Enrich and Enrich had changed, but Enrich had also changed a lot. It's just that her changes were not as noticeable due to her already beautiful appearance. Chapter 55 Refusal, Part 1 Update, _Enrich gave a slight smile. You can just call me Xiaoni, Mr. Li. Please, feel free to speak your mind. 11 Li Gongqing cleared his throat. The thing is, he relayed the offer that the Mo family had extended to hire Enrich. After listening, Enrich graciously refused. Thank you for your boss' generous offer, but I prefer Rh way I currently live and do not wish to settle into a regular job at the moment. Hearing this, Li Gongqing seemed to heave a sigh of relief as he continued, Xiaoni, you shouldn't decline so hastily. Our boss told me that your monthly salary could be 100 yuan, including meals and accommodation. You'd only need to take care of the old lattice meals each day, and the rest of the time, you'd have for yourself. If you don't want to live at the Mo residence, you can opt for a cash equivalent of the rent. We are also willing to provide a bicycle. A monthly wage of 100 yuan was rather high for that time. It was even more than that of white-collar workers in later years. After all, at that time, the average salary for a worker was around 80 to 90 yuan. Enrich was fortunate that her skills had won over the old lady Mo, otherwise, who would pay a monthly salary of 100 yuan to a cook? However, Enrich still shook her head. I'm sorry, kindly convey to your boss that this is not about the money. Li Gongqing was taken aback that Enrich would still refuse the offer even after hearing the salary. He stood up, incredulously asking, Xiaoni, are you sure about your refusal? Enrich gave a small nod. Yes, I'm sure. Li Gongqing was at a loss for words. He had assumed that Enrich would surely accept the offer upon hearing a monthly salary of Lu yuan. Keep in mind, his own monthly salary amounted to only 30 yuan. Enrich's salary was more than triple of his own. When he first heard the offered salary, he was quite astounded. He was even concerned that Enrich would look down upon his salary once she started working for the Mo family. But to his surprise, Enrich refused without hesitation. This was a salary of 100 yuan. This added up to 1,200 yuan in a year. Would Enrich be able to make 1,200 yuan by selling noodles out in the sun and rain all year round? Setting aside the monthly salary, the Mo family itself was highly respected and many people couldn't even get an opportunity to work there despite their best efforts. But Enrich, despite being offered a high salary and the best treatment, she still refused. Xiaoni's refusal left Li Gongqing puzzled. It appeared that this young teenage girl was far more sophisticated than he had imagined. Her allure was not just her physical appearance. Suppressing his shock, Li Gongqing stood up and replied, All right, Xiaoni, I'll relay your message to our boss. Sorry for taking your time. No problem. Enrich flashed a small smile. After saying goodbye to Enrich, Li Gongqing headed directly to the Song group. In the office, Song Beiqing was reviewing cooperation case. Song Beiqing was a very energetic person, who not only founded the first private enterprise in China, but all his businesses were export-oriented, earning foreign currency. Second young master. Song Beiqing put down the document in his hand and glanced up at Li Gongqing. Why are you here? You could have taken her directly to the old lady. Li Gongqing hesitated briefly, then continued, second young master, the noodle stall owner, she has rejected us. Refused? Song Beiqing one's brows furrowed slightly. Li Gongqing nodded, yes. Song Beiqing asked, is she discontented with the salary or the remuneration? Li Gongqing shook his head and truthfully conveyed Ni Yang's words, neither. She said that she really likes her current lifestyle and doesn't want to settle into an organized work environment. Moreover, she said, this is not a question of salary or treatment. Hearing this, Song Beiqing slightly arched his eyebrows. It seemed, based on Li Gongqing's description, that this noodle stall owner was an interesting character. However, Song Beiqing never believed that there were people in this world who didn't love money. He decided, all right then, you'll take me to her tomorrow morning. Li Gongqing was slightly surprised. Second young master, you will go personally? The second young master always had a multitude of things to deal with every day. How could he go personally to handle such matters? Song Beiqing nodded, yes, I'll go and meet her myself. Yes. Song Beiqing wanted to personally meet the noodle stall owner. Having contested in the business world for so many years, he had never met someone who didn't care about money. Someone who was even setting up a stall, yet was claiming not to care about money. Wasn't this a joke? Hearing this, Li Gongqing was stunned for a moment, before replying, all right then, I'll make the arrangements. Okay. Song Beiqing nodded lightly, you may leave now. Li Gongqing complied and withdrew. Elsewhere, Ni Yang continued with her routine of raking chairs and tables over to Lu Dongliang, the shop owner's place. Today was Saturday, and Lu Wei sat outside reading English on a small stool. In 1978, the college entrance examination resumed and English was formally included as a subject in 1983. Prior to that, Chinese people didn't stress much on English, so even a top student like Lu Wei found it a bit challenging, especially with inadequate prior foundation. When Lu Wei read a particular word, Ni Yang looked up slightly, her lips parted to correct him, that word should be pronounced admirable. Her pronunciation was impeccable American English, even better than the radio broadcasters. Sir, the novel Fire. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56 Visit from Mr. Song Tui. During dinner, Wang Meifeng and her son Yang Guobao just happened to drop by the NIS residence. Arriving just in the nick of time, Ni Yang warmly invited them, and the mother and son duo sat down for the meal. It was Wang Meifeng's first time eating the dishes prepared by Ni Yang. She couldn't praise her enough. Yang, your culinary skills are simply exceptional. Even better than a professional chef at a restaurant. Ni Yang felt rather embarrassed by the glowing compliment. Wang Meifeng's trust in Ni Yang had grown over time and she often visited the Ni residence. For the past month, Yang Gobeo's illness had been acting up less and less. What used to be every 3 days had now become once every week. However, Wang Meifeng was not planning to return home yet. She intended to return after 3 months and then take Yang Guobao to the city hospital for a full-body checkup. Only by returning with a medical report from the hospital would the Yang family believe what she had been through, and her grievances might well be understood. And only then could they, as mother and son, truly be accepted by the Yang family. After they finished the meal, Wang Meifeng offered to do the dishes, but Ni Yang quickly retorted, absolutely not, Aunt Wang. You're our guest, we can't have you doing the dishes. Wang Meifeng, however, insisted, one need to return the favor. Washing a few dishes is nothing. If you refuse, I may feel uncomfortable visiting your home in the future. After such a scrumptious meal prepared by Ni Yang, it would be unconscionable if they left a whole table full of dirty dishes for Ni Yang to clean on her own. Wang Meifeng was not someone who lacked consideration. Seeing how determined Wang Meifeng was, Ni Yang reluctantly agreed, all right, then let me help by drying the dishes. In the kitchen, Wang Meifeng and Ni Yang washed the dishes. Meanwhile, Ni Chinggui was chatting with Ni Tsuehua in the living room. Looking at Ni Yun, she smiled. This child is growing so quickly, Tsuehua. You're fortunate to have such competent and adorable daughters. Unlike me, I only have a disobedient daughter who married and moved far away. Ni Chenggui's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. Her life had been tough. She lost her husband before turning 40, and her only daughter married into a family far away. This made it hard for them to even meet. As she got older, she thought she wouldn't be able to count on anyone. Whenever these thoughts struck her, Ni Chinggui would feel an overwhelming sadness. Ni Tsuehua sighed, carefully choosing her words to console Chinggui. Have you ever thought about finding someone else? You're still young, you cannot possibly spend your life alone. Ni Chinggui bitter laughed. My daughter is about to have a child. If one get another man now, won't it be a laughing stock? This era was not as progressive as the modern times. If a woman lost her husband, she'd often stay a widow for life. Upon hearing this, Ni Tsuehua fell into a deep silence, tightly hugging the child in her arms. Words failed to escape her lips. Back in the kitchen, Wang Meifeng finished washing the last dish and looked at Ni Yang. Thanks to the medication you provided last time, Gobeo's condition has improved tremendously. It's been over a week since he last fell ill. By the way, I forgot to ask you last time. Are there any restrictions while consuming the medication? Like what he can or cannot eat? Ni Yang smiled. There isn't any particular dietary restriction. He just should avoid foods that can reduce the potency of the medicine, like bananas and pineapples. Although these fruits should not be eaten with traditional Chinese medicine, they were quite precious and rarely accessible, especially in rural areas. Even catching a glimpse was tough, let alone consuming them. Wang Meifeng nodded in understanding. Okay, I got it, Yang. Thank you. If it hadn't been for Ni Yang, Yang Guobao wouldn't be where he is now. Over the past month, not only had Yang Guobao's physical health improved significantly, but his mental state and personality had also undergone a tremendous transformation compared to a month ago. When Yang Guobao was in Beijing, he only had one friend, Mo Fludai. Since Hudi fell ill and was bedridden, no other children were willing to play with Yang Guobao. Here, however, Yang Guobao made a bunch of friends through Ni Yang. Even though Yang Guobao didn't express it, her mother knew very well that her son had been genuinely happy lately. The next day, at the morning market on Yurdist Road. Perhaps because of the change in pickled vegetables, the pickled vegetable noodles sold extremely well. It was barely 10 o'clock in the morning, and Ni Yang was already preparing to close her stall. Just then, a black car slowly stopped by the roadside. Li Gongxing emerged from the driver's seat, circled over to the passenger side, and respectfully opened the car door. Second master, we've arrived. The car door opened to reveal a neatly clad leg stepping out. The first thing to catch the eye was a shiny pair of leather shoes. Moving upward, the man was seen wearing a tailored handmade suit, a neat tie, and his fine phoenix eyes were hidden behind gold-rimmed spectacles. He stepped out of the car, and his eyes turned towards the alleyway. Is this the place? He asked, sounding incredulous. He hadn't expected that the noodles, so highly praised by the elderly lady of the Mo family, would be from such a decrepit alleyway. Yes, second master, this is the place, Li Gongxing replied respectfully. Song Beiqing nodded slightly and said, lead the way. Right away, second master. Please follow me, Li Gongxing strode ahead. Xiaoni. Li Gongxing brought Song Beiqing to Ni Yang's stall and called out to her. Mr. Li. Ni Yang looked up in surprise, a faint smile appearing on her face. Ni Yang was facing away from the sun. As she turned her head, it seemed as if her smile was the only thing left in the sunlight, illuminating like a starry river. Everything else became a mere backdrop. Song Beiqing hadn't expected that the noodle maker would be a woman, and such a young one at that. In Song Beiqing's imagination, whoever could make such delicious noodles should at least be an old craftsman with decades of expertise. Just as Song Beiqing was still recovering from his surprise, Li Gongxing introduced, Xiaoni, this is my boss. Second master, this is the noodle master, Xiaoni. The first sentence was addressed to Ni Yang, and the latter was for Song Beiqing. Song Beiqing quickly collected his thoughts and extended his hand toward Ni Yang. Hello, Miss Ni. Im Song. After reaching out, Song Beiqing regretted it a bit. He was accustomed to shaking hands in business environments, but this time he was dealing with such a young girl. Would she understand that shaking hands was a courtesy? At that time, China had not yet adopted the more open customs of foreign countries, and the practice of shaking hands was not widespread. If this young lady misunderstood and thought he was acting indecently, it would be quite embarrassing. Caught in this predicament, Song Beiqing didn't know whether he should retract his hand or leave it hanging midair. Just as Song Beiqing felt embarrassed, Ni Yang politely smiled and lightly shook his extended fingers. Hello, Boss Song. You can simply call me Xiaoni. Chapter 57. Visit from Mr. Song to I. During dinner, Wang Meifeng and her son Yang Guobao just happened to drop by the NIS residence. Arriving just in the nick of time, Ni Yang warmly invited them, and the mother and son duo sat down for the meal. It was Wang Meifeng's first time eating the dishes prepared by Ni Yang. She couldn't praise her enough. Yang, your culinary skills are simply exceptional. Even better than a professional chef at a restaurant. Ni Yang felt rather embarrassed by the glowing compliment. Wang Meifeng's trust in Ni Yang had grown over time and she often visited the Ni residence. For the past month, Yang Guobao's illness had been acting up less and less. What used to be every 3 days had now become once every week. However, Wang Meifeng was not planning to return home yet. She intended to return after 3 months and then take Yang Guobao to the city hospital for a full-body checkup. Only by returning with a medical report from the hospital would the Yang family believe what she had been through, and her grievances might well be understood. And only then could they, as mother and son, truly be accepted by the Yang family. After they finished the meal, Wang Meifeng offered to do the dishes, but Ni Yang quickly retorted, absolutely not, Aunt Wang. You're our guest, we can't have you doing the dishes. Wang Meifeng, however, insisted, one need to return the favor. Washing a few dishes is nothing. If you refuse, I may feel uncomfortable visiting your home in the future. After such a scrumptious meal prepared by Ni Yang, it would be unconscionable if they left a whole table full of dirty dishes for Ni Yang to clean on her own. Wang Meifeng was not someone who lacked consideration. Seeing how determined Wang Meifeng was, Ni Yang reluctantly agreed, all right, then let me help by drying the dishes. In the kitchen, Wang Meifeng and Ni Yang washed the dishes. Meanwhile, Ni Qinggui was chatting with Ni Tsuehua in the living room. Looking at Ni Yun, she smiled, this child is growing so quickly, Tsuehua. You're fortunate to have such competent and adorable daughters. Unlike me, I only have a disobedient daughter who married and moved far away, and Ni Chenggui's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. Isla life had been tough, she lost her husband before turning 40, and her only daughter married into a family far away. This made it hard for them to even meet. As she got older, she thought she wouldn't be able to count on anyone. Whenever these thoughts struck her, Ni Qinggui would feel an overwhelming sadness. Ni Tsuehua sighed, carefully choosing her words to console Qinggui. Have you ever thought about finding someone else? You're still young, you cannot possibly spend your life alone. Ni Qinggui bitter laughed. My daughter is about to have a child. If one get another man now, won't it be a laughing stock? This era was not as progressive as the modern times. If a woman lost her husband, she'd often stay a widow for life. Upon hearing this, Ni Tsuehua fell into a deep silence, tightly hugging the child in her arms. Words failed to escape her lips. Back in the kitchen, Wang Meifeng finished washing the last dish and looked at Ni Yang. Thanks to the medication you provided last time, Guobao's condition has improved tremendously. It's been over a week since he last fell ill. By the way, I forgot to ask you last time. Are there any restrictions while consuming the medication? Like what he can or cannot eat? Ni Yang smiled, there isn't any particular dietary restriction. He just should avoid foods that can reduce the potency of the medicine, like bananas and pineapples, Although these fruits should not be eaten with traditional Chinese medicine, they were quite precious and rarely accessible, especially in rural areas. Even catching a glimpse was tough, let alone consuming them. Wang Meifeng nodded in understanding. Okay, I got it, Yang Yang. Thank you. If it hadn't been for Yang Guobao wouldn't be where he is now. Over the past month, not only had Yang Guobao's physical health improved significantly, but his mental state and personality had also undergone a tremendous transformation compared to a month ago. When Yang Guobao was in Beijing, he only had one friend, Mo Fludai. Since Hudi fell ill and was bedridden, no other children were willing to play with Yang Guobao. Here, however, Yang Guobao made a bunch of friends through Yang. Even though Yang Guobao didn't express it, her mother knew very well that her son had been genuinely happy lately. The next day, at the morning market on Yurdist Road. Perhaps because of the change in pickled vegetables, the pickled vegetable noodles sold extremely well. It was barely 10 o'clock in the morning, and Yang was already preparing to close her stall. Just then, a black car slowly stopped by the roadside. Li Gongxing emerged from the driver's seat, circled over to the passenger side, and respectfully opened the car door. Second master, we've arrived. The car door opened to reveal a neatly clad leg stepping out. The first thing to catch the eye was a shiny pair of leather shoes. Moving upward, the man was seen wearing a tailored handmade suit, a neat tie, and his fine phoenix eyes were hidden behind gold-rimmed spectacles. He stepped out of the car, and his eyes turned towards the alleyway. Is this the place? He asked, sounding incredulous. He hadn't expected that the noodles, so highly praised by the elderly lady of the Mo family, would be from such a decrepit alleyway. Yes, second master, this is the place, Li Gongxing replied respectfully. Song Beiqing nodded slightly and said, lead the way. Right away, second master. Please follow me, Li Gongxing strode ahead. Xiaoni. Li Gongxing brought Song Beiqing to Yang's stall and called out to her. Mr. Li. Yang looked up in surprise, a faint smile appearing on her face. Yang was facing away from the sun. As she turned her head, it seemed as if her smile was the only thing left in the sunlight, illuminating like a starry river. Everything else became a mere backdrop. Song Beiqing hadn't expected that the noodle maker would be a woman, and such a young one at that. In Song Beiqing's imagination, whoever could make such delicious noodles should at least be an old craftsman with decades of expertise. Just as Song Beiqing was still recovering from his surprise, Li Gongxing introduced, Xiaoni, this is my boss. Second master, this is the noodle master, Xiaoni. The first sentence was addressed to Yang, and the latter was for Song Beiqing. Song Beiqing quickly collected his thoughts and extended his hand toward Yang. Hello, Miss Im Song. After reaching out, Song Beiqing regretted it a bit. He was accustomed to shaking hands in business environments, but this time he was dealing with such a young girl. Would she understand that shaking hands was a courtesy? At that time, China had not yet adopted the more open customs of foreign countries, and the practice of shaking hands was not widespread. If this young lady misunderstood and thought he was acting indecently, it would be quite embarrassing. Caught in this predicament, Song Beiqing didn't know whether he should retract his hand or leave it hanging midair. Just as Song Beiqing felt embarrassed, Yang politely smiled and lightly shook his extended fingers. Hello, Boss Song. You can simply call me Xiaoni. Chapter 58 Sky High Invitation. _1 The girl's hand was soft, delicate, and slightly cool to the touch. It left him with a strange sensation, as if it could reach his heart, causing him a hint of lightheadedness. What surprised Song Beiqing more was that this girl knew how to shake hands. Not only that, but she also understood the protocol very well. She barely grasped his hand, quickly let go after a light grip, showing courtesy without feeling awkward, as though she had undergone professional training. If she were some kind of socialite, that would be one thing. But she was just a noodle seller. After letting go, Yang asked, May first know the reason for Mr. Song's visit? Song Beiqing slowly began, Ms. You should be very clear about the purpose of my visit. Compared to the term Miss, Comrade was more popular in this era, but since Song Beiqing was a businessman, and with his international outlook, his thinking was far ahead of most people. Ni Yang was smart, she knew what Song Beiqing meant. Her red lips slightly parted, rejecting softly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Song. If you are here for that matter, one must apologize. One might disappoint you." Song Beiqing smiled in response. "Is Ms. Ni really not considering it anymore?" Ni Yang shook her head slightly. "No need." Half closing his eyes, Song Beiqing softly said, "I've heard that Ms. Ni's business is very good. Every morning people line up to buy your noodles. If you sell about 600 bowls of noodles every day, and each bowl is for 3 cents, then, including cost, you earn about 180 yuan per day, which is 5,400 yuan per month. Comparing this amount, it seems the 100 yuan monthly salary one offered was indeed too little." It was only after calculating that he realized how shocking the numbers were. This young girl might be of tender age, but her earning ability was anything but. No wonder she had scoffed at his previous offer of a 100 yuan monthly salary. It seemed that it wasn't about her not loving money, but rather his offer lacking in comparison to her appetite. Song Beiqing looked at Ni Yang and continued, "I apologize, Ms. Ni, for the lack of sincerity in my previous offer. Now, 1 am willing to hire you for double your current monthly income. What do you say?" At these words, even Li Gongqing was astonished. Twice the income? The second master just said that Ni Yang earns 5,400 yuan a month. So how much was double? Li Gongqing quickly calculated in his mind, and once he got the answer, he looked at Ni Yang, his eyes full of disbelief. Ni Yang earns 5,400 yuan a month selling noodles? And second master? He's really willing to offer over 10,000 yuan to hire a noodle cook? If second master wasn't joking, then he definitely must be crazy. No matter how rich, money couldn't withstand such reckless spending. Ni Yang's face was still calm, as if unaffected by Song Beiqing's offer. "Mr. Song, I'm sorry to disappoint you, my answer stands. Not to mention 10,000 yuan, even if it were 100,000 yuan a month, Ni Yang wouldn't consider it." Song Beiqing's offer was indeed very tempting, but she had her own dreams and aspirations. Working for someone else for a stable wage didn't suit her. However, it must be said, Song Beiqing was being quite obstinate, willing to spend 10,000 yuan to hire a cook. The disparity between the rich and the poor was indeed seriously imbalanced regardless of the era. While some people still haggled over a cent for a bun, the wealthy were willing to spend tens of thousands to hire a cook to satisfy their palate. She didn't understand the world of the rich. However, no matter how things change, the rules of survival remain the same. Fate would not cheat those who strive and work hard. Time would give you everything you want. Ni Yang never believed in fate, nor in anyone else. She trusted only herself. Refuse? Song Beiqing frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. He continued, "Ms. Ni, this salary isn't low. In all of Beijing, perhaps only 1 am willing to hire you for this sum." She wasn't satisfied with 10,000? This girl looked modest, but apparently, her appetite was huge. Ni Yang smiled softly. "Mr. Song, you misunderstand. It is not a matter of money." Before Ni Yang could finish her sentence, Song Beiqing interrupted, 20,000. There must be no one he couldn't convince with money. Ni Yang's expression remained unchanged. "Mr. Song, I've made it very clear that it is not about the money. Even if you increase the offer to 100,000 or 200,000, one will not, 50,000. Song Beiqing interjected again, his tone nonchalant as if the money was just a mere number in his eyes. Song Beiqing was usually arrogant, he even managed to negotiate with the most shrewd foreigners on the business field. How could he not convince a young girl? Men tend to have a dominant nature, they naturally love for conquest. To conquer everything. Ni Yang smiled slightly and stated bluntly, "It's pointless to keep discussing when we're not on the same page, Mr. Song. One apologize but one have things to attend to." As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up her stool and started walking towards the neighboring shop. "Ms. Ni," Song Beiqing extended his long leg and blocked Ni Yang's path. 1 a.m. serious right now and am not joking with you. Ni Yang glanced up at him, and 1 a.m. not joking either, Mr. Song. There's a principle that you ought to understand. Song Beiqing frowned slightly. What principle? Ni Yang smiled. She stated clearly and deliberately, sincerity cannot be bought with gold. Once she had spoken, she moved past Song Beiqing and continued on her way toward the neighboring shop. Song Beiqing paused for a moment, then quickly caught up with Ni Yang. Li Gongcheng, on the other hand, was left standing in shock. He never expected Ni Yang to refuse. That was a whole 50,000. Money that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn in several years. At the neighboring shop. As usual, Lu Wei was sitting in front of the door reading a book. Seeing Ni Yang approaching, he quickly stood up, smiling, but his smile faded a bit when he saw the well-dressed man following her. He was a tall and handsome man with a distinguished demeanor. Seeing him beside Ni Yang, Lu Wei had a feeling like they were a well-matched couple, which left him feeling inferior. But he didn't understand why such an excellent man would take a fancy to Ni Yang. Other than being pretty, Ni Yang didn't seem to have any other advantages. No education, no family background. Maybe their relationship wasn't what he had been thinking. Thinking this way made Lu Wei feel a little better. He walked over to Ni Yang, reaching for the stool. Ni Yang, you're here. Ni Yang nodded slightly, not handing him the stool. One can do it myself. That was to say, her relationship with Lu Wei was not yet to the point where she would let him carry things for her. Lu Wei's expression changed slightly. He then asked, Ni Yang, is this man your friend? No. Ni Yang shook her head slightly. Chapter 59. She only wants to rely on herself. _1 Upon hearing this, Song Beiqing immediately raised his eyes to look at Ni Yang, disbelief filling his gaze. Ni Yang might be the first person who didn't want to be his friend. Everyone else was breaking their heads trying to curry favor with him, even a tiny bit would do. Yet this girl flatly rejected him. Song Beiqing felt a wave of frustration stuck in his chest. He's incredibly uncomfortable. No matter the cost today, he's determined to win this defiant girl over. She's acting like this just to raise her own value, isn't she? Fine. Hell, indulge her. Song Beiqing knew he was falling into a trap, but he chose to jump right in. He's been invincible for many years, only to confront an annoyance like Ni Yang today. After putting down the furniture, Ni Yang continued to walk away, with Song Beiqing persistently following her. His expensive handmade suit not only attracted constant attention from others in the alley, but also appeared out of place in the grimy narrow lane. Ni Yang, pushing her bicycle, looked at Song Beiqing. Boss Song, one have made myself clear. No matter how much money you offer, I will not agree. Now, I'm heading home, please stop following me. Yet, Song Beiqing obstinately placed his hand on the bicycle handle, impelling Ni Yang's effort to push her bike away. He leaned slightly towards her and gazed at her. He slowly said, Miss Ni, name your own price as long as you agree. This statement was incredibly domineering. The privilege of the rich. The two stood very close, their breaths mingling, and a faint scent wafted from each other's body. It appeared as if Song Beiqing half-encircled Ni Yang with his arm, creating an intimate scene reminiscent of a drama. The only difference was the bicycle standing in between them. Despite the slight ambiguity, the scene was beautiful and romantic, as if from a television drama. Whether in her past or present life, Ni Yang had never been so close to a man. She frowned uncomfortably. Boss Song, you're a person of status. Maintaining propriety is crucial. Can you please restrain yourself? Song Beiqing continued to gaze at Ni Yang, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Miss Ni, I'm only giving you one opportunity. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Ni Yang pushed Song Beiqing away and coldly said, even if you offered me $1 million, or 10 million, even if you handed me the entire Song family fortune, I would not consider it. Is that clear enough? The sudden force pushed Song Beiqing back enough to almost make him lose his footing, only a pillar behind him saved him. How could a girl have such strength? Song Beicheng raised his eyes to look at Ni Yang, then said, Miss Ni, one should have ambition and be aware of their environment. Why forsake a promising future and choose to live like this instead? His words were slightly harsh. But Ni Yang didn't get angry. She responded, I wonder if you've ever heard the saying, trust only in yourself. So I won't accept your obstinate charity, Boss Song. One day, time will give me everything I want. Unable to quell the frustration within him, Song Beicheng insistently tried to hire her with a lucrative salary. Wasn't that an act of charity? Song Beicheng's eyes narrowed slightly, disbelief filled his gaze as he looked at Ni Yang. These words were not ones you'd expect from a girl in her early teens. Instead, they were more reminiscent of someone who had tasted the ups and downs of life. This girl had guts and ambition. She was far different from the dainty nobles he had encountered before. Though she had thorns, but she radiated an irresistible allure. Such an interesting girl. For a moment, the depth in Song Beicheng's eyes was profound. Ni Yang, however, didn't care about what Song Beicheng was thinking. She just rode her bike and went off. By this time, Ni Tsuehua was likely waiting for her at the station. She needs to hurry to get her. Ni Tsuehua had finished her postpartum confinement, so Ni Yang wanted to take her out and about. On one hand, it was to let her see the outside world and, on the other, to get some new clothes and daily necessities for Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yun. They have been in Beijing for over a month and haven't bought new clothes yet. Because Ni Yang left home so early in the morning, she let Ni Tsuehua take the 10:30 train. When Ni Yang arrived at the station, she indeed saw Ni Tsuehua, who looked different with her newfound confidence, standing there holding the baby. Mom, Ni Yang walked over, pushing her bike. Yang. Ni Tsuehua smiled when she saw Ni Yang. Mom, have you been waiting long? Asked Ni Yang. Ni Tsuehua laughed. No, you arrived just as one got off the train. As the mother and daughter reached the bustling streets, Ni Tsuehua, seeing the flourishing business world, said, the city is so lively, incomparable to the countryside. Mom, do you like it here? Ni Yang asked with a smile. Yes, Ni Tsuehua nodded, who wouldn't like the city? Ni Yang continued, then I'll buy a big house here in the future, and we, together with sister's family, can live happily in it. Good, Ni Tsuehua nodded with joy. Although she knew this wish might be hard to fulfill, she still yearned for it. Mom, please wait here for a moment, I'll park the bike. After that, we can go to the department store. Go ahead, I'll wait here for you. Ni Yang, pushing her bike, walked to another side, passing an elegant cafe on her way. In the 80s, Beijing was already quite modernized with Western restaurants, bars, and ballrooms everywhere. The men and women on the street were also very fashionable, sometimes giving a surreal sense of being back in the future. In fact, many of the later fashion trends overlapped with that of the 80s. A sophisticated-looking woman sat in a window seat of the cafe. She had the latest trendy curly hair, meticulous makeup, arched willow leaf eyebrows, bright red lipstick, sparkling diamond earrings, a luxury watch on her wrist, and beautiful nail polish. Everything about her screamed, rich heiress. Why isn't he here yet? She kept looking at her watch, her brow furrowed with anxiety. She had heard that Mo3 had an odd temperament, cold and aloof, and hard to approach. It seems the rumors were true. But she relished impossible challenges. Mo3, huh? She would conquer him. A confident smile played on the heiress' face. It was only due to Madame Mo's insistence that Mo Baichuan reluctantly agreed to meet this girl. He couldn't express how much he didn't want to go. The driver, who was driving the car, dared not even breathe too loudly. The atmosphere in the car was so oppressive. He was afraid of unintentionally irritating Mr. Mo. Chapter 60 Domineering Counterattack. Just then, the smoothly driving car suddenly hit a large pothole. With a splat, a splash of murky dirty water flew up, jolting the inside of the car in an upheaval. Mo Baichuan, sitting in the back seat, stayed as calm as Mount Tai. On the other hand, the sudden force caused the driver to harshly knock his head on the steering wheel, seeing stars. As Yen was splashed with dirty water all over, she was completely baffled. What on earth was going on today? Was this Mercury in retrograde? First, she encountered the mad Song Beicheng, and now she was covered in dirty water. She took a deep breath, telling herself to stay calm. Anger brings premature aging. She shouldn't be hard on herself. At that moment, the driver's door opened, and a young man stepped out from the car. He walked up to Yen, apologized sincerely. "Comrade, are you all right? I'm really sorry, I'm not familiar with the road conditions here. One didn't know there was a pothole here. Are you okay?" Yen was wearing a white buttoned short shirt and black wide-leg trousers that day. Her attire contrasted sharply with the fashionable women on the street. However, she managed to bring a lively vibe to her retro outfit. Since her trousers were black, they didn't seem to be in too bad a condition, but her shirt was a miserable sight with all the dirty water stains on it. Yet, even though she was covered in dirty water, she didn't appear disheveled, but rather uniquely elegant, giving a vibe of a college student from the Republican era, innocent and lovely. This must be the essence of beauty like jade. Seeing that the driver was truly remorseful, Yen had no intentions to pursue further. She opened her lips to speak. "I'm all right. It's just my clothes are all dirty." Before Yen could finish her sentence, the car window at the back seat gradually came down, interrupting her. "Xiao Zhao, haven't you dealt with people like this before? You still don't know how to handle this?" There was a heavy oppressiveness laced within that cold voice. He was angry. The master was angry. Xiao Zhao, the driver, felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly bowed to Yen. "I'm really sorry, comrade. Take this money and buy yourself a new outfit. We have to go now because of some urgent business." As he finished talking, he took out a large bill from his pocket, handed it to Yen, and turned around to get back into the car. Honestly speaking, Xiao Zhao had seen plenty of such situations after being with Mo Baichuan for so long. There were many socialites in Beijing who tried their best to get his attention, using all kinds of tricks. But he felt that Yen was not like them. Her eyes were pure, lacking any hint of slyness. Moreover, Yen certainly wasn't the one intentionally splashing herself with water. Xiao Zhao, being a driver, was able to distinguish who the schemer was and who the victim was in this situation. The usually calm and collected third master Mo seemed a bit impulsive today. Yen really wasn't angry initially, but that cold voice from the back seat stirred up her anger. She walked up to car door, yanking it open, retorting, "Excuse me, sir, could you please explain what you mean by people like this?" The man leisurely looked up, and in an instant, Yen's gaze was caught in a pair of deep, icy phoenix eyes. The phrase "born with a remarkable appearance" must have been coined for him. His slightly pursed lips, high nose bridge, his flawless phoenix eyes emitting a chilling coldness, each of his exquisite features seemed as if they were personally sculpted by God. Together they created a powerful and captivating aura around him. Even in the midst of a scorching summer, he could make people shiver from coldness. This was a dangerous man, and also, a familiar man. Yen's pupils contracted slightly, and she quickly recognized him. Wasn't this the mysterious man she encountered in Dam Village last time? What a small world. She really didn't expect to run into him here again today. Though slightly shocked, Yang didn't let any trace of it show on her face. Mo Baichuan's eyes were deep as he watched her, mouth parting slightly. "Do I have to spell out exactly what I mean by that kind of people?" His voice, as always, was cold. In Mo Baichuan's eyes, this accident was anything but coincidental, instead believing it was deliberately plotted by Yang. How could it be that, just like that, water splashed onto her, and specifically on his car? Besides, wasn't Yang, wearing such a pure and simple outfit, too inconsiderate? Could a married woman wear such clothes? Since she was already married, why couldn't she live out her days in peace and humility? Stick to a simple and honest life with someone else? Even if the other party was an old man, it was her choice. Also, Mo Baichuan still didn't understand why Yang stole his watch. Considering all the above, especially the fact that Ni Yang was married, Mo Baichuan didn't think highly of her, and that's why he had spoken out of turn. Moreover, whenever he saw her, he couldn't help but lose some control over himself, even becoming jealous of that old man he had never met. It seemed Ni Yang hadn't recognized him. She raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Let me guess, you're saying that it's my fault one got soaked because your car splashed water on me?" It seems she really saved a scum last time. Rude and unreasonable, filled with arrogance and self-importance, and acting as if no one else existed. She wondered which family's spoiled brat he was. Such a waste of a handsome face. Mo Baichuan looked at her with a usual frigid face. "You made the mistake of taking this path, and should never have provoked me." All Ni Yang wanted to do was burst out laughing in her mind. Was there something wrong with this man? Did his mental hospital forget to lock the gates? Not only did he not apologize for his mistake, but he was behaving like he was a big shot. She provoked him? Interesting. Did he think he was as universally accepted as RMB? Absurd. Ni Yang smirked slightly. "I could say the same to you. You should never have provoked me." With that, Ni Yang reached out and grabbed Mo Baichuan's collar, pulling him hard, and her elbow struck him square in the chest. With a loud thud, Mo Baichuan was yanked off his car. Water splashed everywhere. Mo Baichuan hadn't anticipated Ni Yang would retaliate, and he certainly hadn't expected her to pull him into a waterhole. He simply lay there in disbelief. The driver, Xiao Zhao, was also shocked. He didn't know how to react to this spectacle. The distinguished Mr. Mo was actually knocked over by a young girl. Was he dreaming? Xiao Zhao rubbed his eyes, but the scene before him remained unchanged. Ni Yang looked down at Mo Baichuan in a condescending manner, threw a large wad of cash onto him and commented, "Here is some money for you. Buy yourself new clothes. I must be leaving now." She radiated an aura of power and dominance. With these words, she sauntered off in the distance. As for such narcissistic, arrogant individuals who disregarded everyone else, they should be dealt with by an eye for an eye, making them understand the concept of not doing to others what one would not wish for oneself. Mo Baichuan watched Ni Yang's retreating figure, his deep jet-black eyes filled with an icy coldness. It was only when Ni Yang was out of sight that Xiao Zhao lent a hand to help Mo Baichuan up, his voice shaking as he asked, "Master, are you all right?" Mo Baichuan, with his usual icy expression, slowly got up from the puddle and said softly, "I'm fine." Chapter 61. One want all her information. Although it was only two simple words, they chilled the air like ice, spreading a cold dread. Xiao Zhao carefully helped Mo Baichuan into the back seat, barely daring to breathe, lest he inadvertently upset him again. Back to the Bo mansion, Mo Baichuan instructed, his deep voice betraying no emotion. "Yes," Xiao Zhao responded shakily, then cautiously asked, "What about Miss Zhou?" It not that he wanted to intrude, but otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain to the old lady when he got back. Miss Zhou was at the cafe, waiting for Mo Baichuan's arrival. What mess has this turned into? Mo Baichuan lightly lifted his eyes, and the rear-view mirror reflected a chilling cold light. Startled, Xiao Zhao closed his mouth abruptly, not daring to utter another word. Stepping on the accelerator, the car shot off like an arrow. Mo Baichuan half leaned on the back seat, his eyes half closed. No one knew what he was thinking. Despite his silence, there was an ominous feeling of looming crisis. The car stopped at a small Western-style house. Xiao Zhao carefully got out of the car, opened the door for the passenger, but Mo Baichuan showed no intention of getting out. He just sat there. Finally, gathering his courage, Xiao Zhao said, "Master, we've arrived." Only then did Mo Baichuan turn his attention towards him. His deep eyes were completely dark as he ordered, "I want all the information about that girl today. Remember, all of it. Even her ancestors' details. And I want it by 7 o'clock tonight." He always felt that he hadn't investigated Li Xianxian thoroughly enough. Because Ni Yang was nothing like he had imagined. Xiao Zhao stood up straight, answering, yes. Oh, my. His master was harsh. The young lady had just retaliated in kind, but he was unsparing, he wouldn't even give her ancestors a break. Watching Mo Baichuan's retreating figure, Xiao Zhao nervously wiped his forehead. Ni Yang arrived at a store, casually picked out a set of clothes to change into, paid, and then hurried to Ni Kuihua's side. The moment Ni Tsuihua saw Ni Yang, she grabbed her hand. She was so eager, she didn't even notice Ni Yang's change of clothes and immediately blurted, Yang, one think I just saw your uncle. Ni Tsuihua had her own family too. In her family, she had an elder brother named Ni Daju who had married a transferred educated youth in his earlier years. After the policy changed, he and his wife moved to the city. Ever since Ni Daju left for the city, Ni Yang had not seen her uncle and his family. In this period, there was also little correspondence. No one knew where Ni Daju had ended up. Mom, are you sure you saw him clearly? That was really uncle? Ni Yang asked, frowning slightly. Ni Tsuihua nodded assuredly, I saw it clearly. That was definitely your uncle. If I wasn't worried that you'd be worried about finding me when you got back, I would have chased after him. Ni Tsuihua was not confused, there was no way she could mistake her own brother. Did you see which way uncle went? Ni Yang continued, asking. That way. Ni Tsuihua pointed in a direction, I saw your uncle going through that gate. Then let's go over and check it out, Ni Yang said, grabbing hold of her sister's hand. Mother and daughter headed in that direction. Unlike the bustling streets, this was a residential area for factory employees. There was a guard at the gate, and anyone entering or leaving who wasn't an employee of the factory would need to register. At this time, most factories were state-owned enterprises, very formal. Workers were not only allocated dormitories but also received good benefits. It was like being a public servant in the future world. If there was a worker in one's family, it was a matter of great honor. It was even more honorable than getting into college. Yang, what is this place? Ni Tsuihua asked curiously, looking at the gate. Ni Yang explained to Ni Tsuihua. After hearing the explanation, Ni Tsuihua exclaimed, my goodness. So, by what you're saying, your uncle is now a worker. Ni Yang nodded, it seems so. Ni Tsuihua exclaimed, your uncle was a total simpleton when he was younger. I can't believe he's made something of himself now. At last, someone from our Ni family has become accomplished. Let's go and find your uncle and aunt. Ni Yang continued, don't rush in yet, Mom. Let me confirm with the gatekeeper first. Okay, Ni Tsuihua replied hastily, then you go quickly. Ni Yang approached the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was very amicable and informed Ni Yang in detail about Ni Daza's situation. Ni Daju had become a permanent worker here 3 years ago. He lived here with his wife Lu Wan and their daughter Lu Xiangxiang. Also, the gatekeeper added that Ni Daju was usually henpecked, often acting like a timid mouse around his wife. Lu Xiangxiang? Ni Yang scowled slightly. Wasn't her cousin's name Ni Xiangxiang? When did it change to Lu Xiangxiang? Had Ni Daju become a kept man? What's the matter, young lady? How are you related to Ni Daju? The guard asked, curious. Ni Yang smiled and said, he's my uncle. The guard laughed, what a surprise Ni Daju has such a beautiful niece. He then wondered, scratching his head, how come I've never heard about Ni Daju having a niece, especially such a beautiful one. People often say nephews resemble their uncles. But looking at Ni Yang's delicate features, she bore no resemblance to Ni Daza's rough and plump look. This was strange indeed. Ni Yang offered a small smile and thanked the guard before heading back to Ni Tsuihua. Mom, uncle and aunt indeed live here, but, let's go find your uncle and aunt, Ni Tsuihua said, pulling Ni Yang inside before she could finish her sentence. Mom, wait a minute, why don't we buy some gifts to take them? Ni Yang suggested. Ni Tsuihua was eager to see her brother and stubbornly pulled Ni Yang inside. She dismissed the idea saying, Yang, your uncle and I are siblings. We don't worry about formalities like that. Well, take care of the gifts later. I haven't seen your uncle in so many years. Tsuehua had never thought that she would see Daju again in her lifetime. At this moment, all that she could think of was seeing her brother. The gatekeeper called out enthusiastically behind them, Young lady, Daju lives in Building 68, Unit 101. Don't get it wrong. Yang smiled and replied, Okay, thank you, sir. You're welcome. The guard waved cheerfully. With the guard's help, Yang quickly found Dazu's residence. The workers' dormitory was vibrant with a strong sense of the times. There were children playing in the courtyard, adults washing clothes, chatting and laughing. It was very lively. On seeing the strangers approaching, they all threw curious looks at them. Which family do you belong to? A woman washing vegetables asked them. Tsuehua, holding her child, smiled and said, We have come to look for Daju. I am his sister. Sister? The woman washing vegetables said in surprise, I thought Daju was an only child in his family. Where did this sister come from? Chapter 62 Our house is not a refugee camp _1 Upon hearing this, Tsuehua didn't take the washerwoman's words to heart, instead smiling and saying, You might be mistaken, 1 a.m. Dazu's sister. The washerwoman didn't say anything more, looking at Tsuehua with a complicated expression. Mom, let's go knock on the door. Yang looked back towards Tsuehua. Okay. Tsuehua nodded, following Yang forward. After the mother and daughter left, the yard began buzzing with discussion. What do you think that was all about? Who knows? Lu Wan has always been a deep thinker. I think Daju is a coward. Could he behave so scared of his wife if he wasn't a coward? Followed by a round of quiet laughter. Yang led her mother and sister to the door of room 101 and softly knocked on it. The door was quickly opened. Who is it? The one who opened the door was a curious-looking girl of about 18 or 19 years old, peering at Yang with a smile on her face. Yang gently smiled, Cousin Xiangxiang, 1 a.m. Yang. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Xiangxiang's face immediately disappeared. Her gaze passed over Yang to focus on Tsuehua behind her. Tsuehua immediately greeted her with a beaming smile, Xiangxiang, I'm your aunt. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiangxiang not only failed to greet them, but her face suddenly turned cold. She turned around and walked inside impatiently, shouting, Mom. There are people looking for you. Upon seeing this, the smile on Yang's face slowly faded. It seems, her cousin wasn't particularly welcoming towards them. Tsuehua quickly pulled Yang's hand, whispering, Xiangxiang is young and doesn't understand, don't mind her, your uncle and aunt will come out in a moment. Yang nodded slightly, after all, they hadn't come all this way just to see this cousin of hers. Who is it? Lu Wan, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, asked. Don't know. Lu Xiangxiang sat down on the sofa to watch TV. Didn't you go and open the door? How can you not know? Lu Wan wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. While eating sunflower seeds, Lu Xiangxiang said, Why don't you go and see for yourself? She couldn't be bothered dealing with those poor relatives from the countryside. Lu Wan walked out with a puzzled expression on her face. Sister-in-law. It's me, Culling. Seeing Lu Wan coming over, Tsuehua immediately greeted her with a smile. Aunt. Yang followed behind politely saying hello. Lu Wan was stunned for a moment, then finally reacted and smirked, Oh, it's you guys. How did you find this place? Tsuehua said, I saw my brother on the street, and then asked around until I found this place. Oh. Lu Wan nodded, and then continued, Well, since you're here, come in and sit for a while. Yang could tell that Aunt Lu Wan didn't seem very welcoming either, but Tsuehua seemed oblivious, following Lu Wan into the house while exclaiming, Sister-in-law, your home is really beautifully decorated. Rural people will always be rural people, look at her behaving like Lu Lao Lao visiting the Grand View Garden. Lu Wan glanced at Enrich, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes, casually remarking, "Oh, it's nothing, it's a house allocated by the company, we just casually decorated it." Once they entered the room, Lu Wan looked at Lu Xiangxiang, who was cracking melon seeds, and yelled, "All you do is crack melon seeds. Go quickly and get the sofa cover one washed yesterday." Such a bother. Lu Xiangxiang murmured with dissatisfaction, coldly retreating to get the sofa cover. Lu Wan turned around and looked at Enrich and her daughter, smiling, "I've been too busy these days, haven't even had time to cover the sofa with a cover. I'm sorry that you two will have to stand for a while." She covers the sofa when guests come? This Lu Wan is really interesting. Yang slightly raised her eyebrows, but didn't say anything. After all, Lu Wan was her elder, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to say something out of turn. Enrich laughed and said, "Not at all tired, just standing here for a while is fine. Don't fuss over me, coming to my brother's house feels just like being at home." Her own home? Lu Wan scoffed silently in her mind. Enrich really didn't consider herself an outsider. This was Lu Wan's house. How was it related to Enrich in the slightest? She wondered how they even managed to find this place. Disgusting. Lu Xiangxiang took out the sofa cover and handed it to Lu Wan. "Here." Lu Wan quickly covered the sofa and then looked up at Enrich, smiling, "Please, have a seat." Enrich sat down with the child in her arms. No sooner had Enrich sat down, Lu Xiangxiang suddenly stood up from the sofa, her eyebrows knitted and her face expressing disgust. "What is this horrible smell? It's unbearable." Lu Wan also covered her nose and hinted in a meaningful tone, "Yes. One can smell it, too. How awful. Please open the windows and let some fresh air in." Enrich didn't react immediately. Instead, surprised, she said, "There isn't any smell. I haven't noticed anything." She remembered Lu Wan as a gentle and virtuous woman, so she didn't give it much thought. When Lu Wan was a young educated urbanite sent to work in a small countryside village, she was indeed gentle and virtuous. But now, she was far from the pitiful Lu Wan of those days, no longer feeling the need to suppress her own temperament to please others. In the words of Feng Shui, fortunes have reversed, and now it's Enai Daz's turn to try to win her over. Lu Wan laughed and said, "The smell is awful, perhaps it's your sense of smell that is off." Enai Yang knew perfectly well what Lu Wan and her mother were up to, but kept silent to let Enai Tsuehua see their true colors and to prevent her from being deceived in the future. Having gone through so many things, it was about time Enai Tsuehua, as a mother, grew up. "Really?" Enai Tsuehua replied, her eyebrows knitted with doubt. Lu Wan didn't answer directly but instead stood up and said, "Let me pour you a cup of tea." Enai Tsuehua quickly grasped Lu Wan's hand. "I'm not thirsty, sister-in-law, you don't have to trouble yourself." "Oh." Lu Wan withdrew her hand with a shudder and sat back down on the sofa. Pouring a cup of tea was really just a casual, offhand suggestion. She hadn't actually planned to do it. Lu Wan looked at Enai Tsuehua and asked, "So when did you three arrive in Beijing? Was it just the three of you? Where are the others? Where's Mu Jinbao? Isn't there an elderly lady at your home too? Did she come with you?" Concerning this, Enai Tsuehua sighed helplessly. "I'm divorced from Mu Jinbao, so Yingzi decided to bring us to Beijing." Enai Tsuehua was still speaking when Lu Wan stood up in surprise. "Divorced?" "Yes." Enai Tsuehua nodded. "So you came to Beijing to rely on us because you divorced Mu Jinbao?" Lu Wan was taken aback, staring at Enai Tsuehua in shock. A divorced woman, with 2 children in tow. Was she planning to freeload off their family? Oh God. The mere thought of it made Lu Wan's scalp crawl. She was now regretting letting them in. She should never have let them step into their house. What a predicament. Getting rid of them would not be easy. Enai Tsuehua thought that Lu Wan was reprimanding her for not visiting them sooner. So she quickly explained, "No, sister-in-law, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't know you all lived in Beijing, otherwise Ingzi and one would have come to visit you earlier. Luckily, one bumped into my brother on the street today. Come visit earlier? What did she mean by that? At this moment, Lu Xiangxiang chimed in from the side mockingly, our house is not a refugee camp, you know. Lu Wan immediately turned to Lu Xiangxiang, pretending to scold her, what kind of language is that, young lady? She then turned back to Anaitsuihua, smiling, Xiangxiang's just playing around, don't take it to heart. Chapter 63 Do not do unto others what you do not wish for yourself. Lu Xiangxiang is her own niece. As an elder relative, how could she possibly feud with her blood niece? Anaitsuihua laughed and shook her head, I don't mind, it's just a child's, the sentence hanging. She continued, sister-in-law, you've been good with my brother for these past years, right? Lu Wan nodded, we're doing all right. But that's mostly thanks to my own younger brother, otherwise, do you think Enai Daju could have become a worker just by his own merit? If my brother hadn't pulled some strings for him, he wouldn't have accomplished much of anything. Anaitsuihua gave an awkward laugh and changed the subject, sister-in-law, are you and my brother both working at the factory now? Instead of answering, Lu Wan asked, did Yang Yang quit school? Yes. Anaitsuihua nodded and confessed with shame, it's really my failing as a mother. It's been hard on the child, Lu Wan continued, it's really a pity that Yang Yang dropped out of school so early. What was her educational background? Although Anaitsuihua wasn't sure of Lu Wan's intent, she still answered, middle school. Middle school? When Lu Xiangxiang heard this, she instantly felt relieved. Even though she wasn't as pretty as Enai Yang, her educational level was much higher. She was in her senior year of high school, and could take the college entrance exam next year. In the future, she would go to college and marry someone from the city. No one in the city would want to marry an illiterate like Enai Yang. By that time, she would rank above Enai Yang, and so would her children and her descendants. Enai Yang, a bumpkin, was destined only to be a green leaf accentuating the beauty of a flower. Thinking like this, Lu Xiangxiang felt a great sense of superiority. Her gaze towards Enai Yang became increasingly disdainful. Lu Wan said with great regret, only middle school. One was thinking of asking my brother to find a way to get Yang Yang a job at the factory. But now, the factory only hires those with high school education and above. How did things turn out this way? In reality, Lu Wan only wanted to cut Anaitsuihua off. Enai Yang work in the factory? Dream on. Anaitsuihua and her daughter were simply acknowledging their kinship with them because their family had flourished as factory workers. Such shamelessness. Want to take advantage of their family? No chance. Anaitsuihua laughed and said, that's all right, sister-in-law. I appreciate your kindness. Actually, one wanted Yang Yang to continue studying anyway. Before Anaitsuihua could finish, the door was opened. Enai Daju, dressed in a worker's uniform, walked in from outside, carrying a slab of meat. Seeing him, Anaitsuihua got up excitedly, brother. Enai Daju stood there frozen, taking a moment to react. There was no joy that should come from a long-awaited reunion with family on his face, rather, a hint of distaste. Suihua? What are you doing here? Seeing Enai Dazu's reaction, Enai Yang knew, this uncle was completely hopeless. He was no longer the Enai Daju from Dam Village. Anaitsuihua didn't think about it too much and quickly pulled Enai Yang closer. Yang Yang, this is your uncle, say hello. Enai Yang obediently said, hello, uncle. Enai Daju frowned deeply, why did you bring the child with you? Lu Wan crossed her arms and stood aside, adding a sentence like she was watching a play. Tsuehua divorced Mu Jinbao, so she purposely came to Beijing to seek refuge with you. Hearing this, Enai Dazu's face changed instantly. What? Divorced? How could you get divorced? Why did you get divorced? What shameless thing have you done? Mu Jinbao wants to divorce you? How did the Mu family end up with someone like you? At these words, Enai Yang frowned slightly, simply observing Enai Daju. As a brother, his first reaction to his sister's divorce was not concern for whether she had been wronged in her married home, but questioning whether she had done something wrong. He even cursed his sister for being a living treasure. This brother, he's really too much. It's not like that. Enitsuhua immediately became panicked, crying as she spoke, "Brother, listen to me, it's not like that. One genuinely cannot stay in the Mu family any longer, you don't know, they are simply inhuman, not only wanting to abandon my oldest son, but also planning to marry Yang Yang off to a eunuch." To make matters worse, Mu Jinbao brought back an unidentified woman who is carrying his child. How can one continue to live this life when things are like this? Daju was about to be angered to death by Enitsuehua. What, you're not capable enough to keep your own man, and now you've come here to complain to him? A cast-off shoe, not embarrassed in the slightest. He had finally started having some good days and he could not let this useless sister drag him down. Daju furiously pointed at Enitsuehua and shouted, "It's your own fault for being incompetent. Who made you unable to bear a son? You can't bear a son yourself and won't let him find someone else to do so. Do you want to watch the Mu family line die out?" Enitsuehua never expected these words to come out of her own brother's mouth. It was different from the sibling recognition she had imagined. With tear-filled eyes she asked, "What about Yang Yang? She's still so young, she's only 17. Does she deserve to be married off to a eunuch?" Daju coldly replied, "So, what if she gets married? It's the will of the parents and the word of the matchmaker. As a girl, should she not get married and just stay at home living off someone else's earnings?" "Uncle, you're really good at distorting the truth," Yang spoke with a glowing smile. "If one remember correctly, cousin Shangxiang is a year older than me. The eunuch hasn't taken a wife yet. Since girls are meant to marry sooner or later, why don't you let her marry him?" "Oh, and," Yang continued, "and he hasn't given you a son until now either. Are you planning to find another woman to bear you a son? Or have you already found one?" As she said this, Yang turned her gaze towards Lu Wan. Yang's words cut deep. Lu Wan was glaring fiercely at Daju, grinding her teeth. She seemed to want to eat Daju alive. No wonder she felt Daju had been acting strange recently. It turns out he wanted a son. He was harboring secrets. The audacity of Daju. Wait and see how she dealt with him behind closed doors later. On the other hand, Daju was so angry that his face turned white. It had never occurred to him that Yang would say such things. This disobedient niece, what audacity! She even dared to contradict her own uncle. But, it was impossible for him to refute any part of her statement. Insolent. Insolent. One will beat you to death, you disrespectful wretch. Daju directly raised his right hand, aiming a slap at Yang's face. He was Yang Yang's uncle. Even if he really beat her to death, no one could do anything to him. This scene scared Lu Xiangxiang into covering her mouth, but her eyes gleamed with a schadenfreude. Hit her. I hope he beats this country bumpkin until she becomes disfigured. Whenever she saw Yang's beautiful face, she felt nauseous. How could such a beautiful face be born on Yang? Life is truly unfair. Whether in terms of background or level of education, she was 100 times better than Yang. Why was she not even half as beautiful as Yang? Yang looked at the hand coming towards her with a calm expression on her face. She gently raised her hand, grabbed Dazu's wrist and laughed, "Can't handle it? Didn't you ever hear the saying, what you don't wish upon yourself, do not do unto others? You can't even handle this, so what gives you the right to force it onto me and my mother? You really are a great brother, a great uncle." You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.